Welcome. This is Gina with Bijoux Noir. You are tuned into the blackness. I'm here tonight to really just have some fun with you guys. We're gonna do some updates. Um, really haven't been talking about what's happening in Haiti, but I thought it was about time to really take some time to really let you guys know what's happening in these Haitian YouTube streets. What's happening in Haiti? I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of everything that's going on right now. There's quite a few things going on, and a little bit of culture. um, if you guys want to come in and talk about what you're seeing, it's fine. I'm not really going to be here that long. I know that I was supposed to come back in here and have that discussion about protecting Black women, but protecting Black children. I've scheduled that for tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow. I will be back on here early tomorrow to have that discussion. But tonight, I really wanted to touch base and really just give you guys some highlights on those of you that are interested in what's going on in those YouTube streets. I think I'm going to start with the serious and then we could get into the fun. Yeah, I think that works. All right.
Is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Immigration officials say they're preparing to detain a surge of people traveling to the U.S.-Mexico border to seek humanitarian relief. In response to pressure from human rights advocates, today the CDC is expected to end the Trump-era pandemic border restriction called Title 42 that allowed authorities to deport asylum seekers without due process or reviewing their claims. Just 6 months ago, the world was shocked by images of mounted Border Patrol agents chasing, grabbing, whipping Haitian asylum seekers held back at the U.S.-Mexico border in Texas as they were blocked under the pretext of Title 42, under the pretext of the pandemic. A new report by the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights and the Haitian Bridge Alliance documents the full scope of the abuses Haitians faced while they were held in a makeshift camp near the border under a bridge in Del Rio, Texas. They describe being subjected to violence, racial slurs, and intimidation, and denied sufficient access to food, water, and medical care. This comes as the United States has just announced it'll welcome up to 100,000 Ukrainian refugees fleeing the Russian invasion. When President Biden visited with Ukrainian refugees in Poland this past weekend, he was shown embracing a Ukrainian child. Guerline Joseph, executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance, tweeted this in response. The amount of pain that comes with seeing this beautiful picture is unbearable. The well-deserved love, kindness, dignity, compassion, protection that's given to this little girl is never afforded to little Black Haitian girls at POTUS's doorsteps. Trump said it. Biden proved it. Guerline wrote. Guerline Joseph now joins us, along with the award-winning journalist Maria Hinojosa. They've both worked closely with Haitian migrants at what Maria calls the moving border. We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! Guerline Joseph, let's begin with you and that tweet. The comparison of how Ukrainian refugees are beautifully welcomed around the world and now in the United States, and what's happening with Haitians and others on the U.S.-Mexico border trying to come in.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Amy, for having us and for highlighting the realities and contrast between how people are being received along borders, whether at the U.S.-Mexico border or in Ukraine. We all saw when it just happened how Black people who were trying to escape Ukraine as well were pushed back and not afforded protection. So really, I want to make it clear that we stand 100% with the people of Ukraine, and we agree 100% with the president and the administration for welcoming the people of Ukraine. We want to make sure that they are protected. But what we are saying is, why is it that when it comes for people of color, Black and brown people, we must continue to push and beg to validate our humanity? And as I mentioned, Amy, in that post, the picture really warmed my heart to see how the president was holding that little girl, smiling. At the same time, I couldn't pass the fact that they are really chasing and weeping and turning away little black girls and little black boys at the U.S. Mexico border. So really calling for us to welcome all people with dignity, regardless of our skin color, where we are from, because the same care and compassion and love that is afforded to this beautiful little girl must be afforded to those beautiful little kids that.
Part of the problem is that we always want them to love us as much as they love themselves. I don't understand why we don't get this.
Or also of Haitian descent or Mexican descent, or fleeing extreme conditions in their home countries. And I can tell you, today, there are deportations happening to Haiti, and we are seeing continued expulsion and deportations to Haiti, a country that we all know are dealing with extreme condition, political turmoil. Yesterday, the vice president, the prime minister in Haiti calling for help because they cannot even control what they are dealing with. Still dealing with the assassination of the president, the aftermath of the earthquake, the following storm, climate change, really forcing people to leave home. So what we are asking and what we are saying is, for our little black girls, little black boys who are in search of safety, literally fleeing the same conditions that the Ukrainian people are fleeing from home, may not be a war from Russia, but a war within their own country. So we are asking for the same welcoming to be given to.
Is she serious? I mean, she's like, we are asking, we are begging, you are begging, and we need. I'm just so tired of this begging that happens with us. I mean, do we not understand it? Do we not see it? And like Denise Clark would say, do we not feel it?
To those who are in search of protection. And as you mentioned from the report, we have 43 people describing the extreme cruelty and abuse that was that they witnessed and also were victim of. People, most of them have been deported or expelled, and some of them were also pushed back to Haiti, including the young men we saw being grabbed by the officer in uniform, really mistreating and abusing them. And today, close to 21,000 people have been deported by President Biden to Haiti.
And I'd like to bring Maria Hinojosa into the conversation. Maria, I wanted to ask you if you could talk about your experiences in reporting on the continuing now several years of reporting on the problems at the U.S. border. But also this, not only the racial aspect of U.S. policy when it comes to asylum seekers, but there's also a political aspect. As we know, for instance, during the 1980s, Nicaraguans were welcomed, granted asylum, while Salvadorans and Guatemalans were denied asylum by the United States because the United States wanted to expose and condemn the Nicaraguan, the Sandinistas at the time. I'm wondering your sense of how this is playing out, both the racial aspects and the political aspects now.
So, Juan, it's great to be with you, and Amy and Ghislaine as well. Look, Juan, it hasn't been years that I've been covering this. I've been covering this for decades. And, when I think about everything that Ghislaine just talked about, the point is that this country, the United States, has a narrative that it lives by that says that we are an immigrant-loving country and that we love and accept refugees. And what we are saying, journalists, activists on the ground, is that that narrative is not true. And what we are seeing is, in fact, it's ugly to say it, but white supremacy in the context of refugees and desperate people. So what did I see, Juan, when I was down in December in Mexico and then in Colombia on the border with Panama? Juan, I have reported about this, again, for decades, but I had never had the chance to be on a caravan. And when I got to the caravan, the United States, the mainstream media, our colleagues talk about the caravan as this scary, frightful thing. In fact, Donald Trump raised this whole specter of the caravan. But how many U.S. government officials, human rights officials have been with the caravan so that they can see what I saw? It is a caravan of love. It is a caravan of solidarity. It is the place when you are traveling through Mexico, if you are Black, as increasingly the migrants and refugees are, the caravan is the only place that you will feel safe. These immigrants, migrants, and refugees are the smartest people when they decide to join a caravan. The fact that the United States mainstream media and the government has chosen to portray the caravans as filled with scary, terrible people who are going to force their way onto the border, it's not true. That's not what they're doing. They are exactly as the Ukrainian refugees are right now. They are desperate, and they are looking to a country that says that they will accept them. Now, just very quickly, last night I was finally able to get in touch with Udi, who is from Nigeria. And he left me a message last night. I said, just bring me up to date. He did finally make it into the United States, but he was held for 4 months in a detention camp. This is a young man who, when I saw him in the jungle, he was like, I got this. We're going to do this. I'm going to, the message he left me said, I don't even want to think about what I've been through. It has been so terrible, so horrific. And the worst part of his travels has been being in the United States in an immigrant detention camp and the disrespect that he had to feel. And finally, as Gurleen was saying, what this government is doing, a government that says that it appreciates refugees, that has a president that will hug a little Ukrainian girl, what they did to the Familia Felix in our story was that they lied to them. And the U.S. government, Border Patrol and ICE, told them that they were going to be taken to Miami. And when the doors of the plane opened, they had been lied to. They were sent back to Haiti, a country they haven't lived in for over a decade. So the pleas that we have, people say, oh, Maria, you're so obsessed with migrants and refugees. That's because you're an immigrant yourself. You're so Mexican. And it's like, no, I'm obsessed with the capacity that this country has for inhumanity, and specifically watching how that inhumanity is being thrust on people who are Black and simply seeking refuge.
Maria, I mean, the fact that you gave a voice to people is what the mainstream media is doing right now with Ukrainians. It is a model of how all refugees should be treated. So I wanted to go to your reports for the series you did where you met this Haitian family, the family Felix, in the Mexican state of Oaxaca, as they made their way north with a migrant caravan. The Felix family, as you said, fled Haiti over a decade ago after the horrendous earthquake that killed some 300,000 people. They resettled in Brazil until they were once again forced to flee, this time to the U.S.-Mexico border. So this is a clip from Latino USA called The Moving Border, even further south, where the family tells you about their experience crossing through the Darien Gap, a notoriously dangerous, dense jungle that stretches across the Colombian and Panamanian border.
Comemos leche en polvo y chocolate en polvo. Así. Y beber el agua del río. Vimos muchas personas muertas ahí.
Sí, nos vimos como 3.
The Felix's children tell me they saw dead bodies in the jungle, people who looked like them. But they had to keep going. Eventually, they were detained by Panamanian police and sent back to Colombia. So they had to do the unthinkable, start all over again and cross back into the Darien jungle.
So in January, over 2 months after you said goodbye to the Felix family in Oaxaca, you received the message from the mother asking you to call her.
Buenos días.
Widelin.
Amor.
Ay, Widelin, ¿qué pasó?
Yo no sé.
¿Qué pasó?
Yo no sé.
Qué cosa más horrible, Widelin, qué cosa más horrible.
Llegamos allá, duramos como 15 días en la prisión y de ahí nos colocaron en avión en Texas y nos regresaron aquí en Haití.
Widelin and her entire family is now in Haiti. 10 years after she escaped the devastation of an earthquake that destroyed everything that she had worked for, after birthing her 2 youngest children in the Dominican Republic, after living in South America for years, after crossing the Darien jungle twice. She and her family made it to the U.S., but 15 days later, the Biden administration deported them back to Haiti.
That's Maria Hinojosa's report called The Moving Border. It is so moving, Maria. And if you can talk about what the actions have meant, because as you talk about this caravan of hope and of love, it's the immigrant rights movement that has forced this action that's expected to be announced today, ending Title 42, which has used the pandemic as a way to prevent so many immigrants. We certainly haven't heard this in the case of Ukraine, but coming into the United States or being detained once they do.
You know, Amy, what I'm hoping, but I have not so much of it. This was a perfect opportunity, in fact, for the Biden administration to completely switch everything up. This is a moment where the Biden administration could say, we're changing everything now because we are going to be committed to what we say we are. This is a moment where the Biden administration could not only get rid of Title 42, stop MPP, reorganize the Border Patrol, because we all saw with our own eyes Border Patrol officials on horses with whips on Black people. So we cannot be gaslit upon what we are living. Sadly, it looks like the Biden administration is more interested in appeasing to people who are afraid of migrants and refugees and Black people. And our job as journalists is to say, look at the treatment of Ukrainian refugees, look at the treatment of Honduran, Salvadoran, Guatemalan, Haitian, African migrants and refugees. And there has to be one way to treat all humanity. So I'm feeling quite desperate. Videline and I are in touch. She's desperate to get help. She says that now that she's in Haiti, she's terrified for her 2 young girls because it's so unsafe. So, Amy, for me personally, as a human being, this is ripping into my heart. As a journalist, I'm just like, I'm going to keep at it. I'm not going to stop. And I'm going to demand accountability because what we are seeing is not just the suffering of Ukrainian refugees, but people on our side of the continent. And they need love. And they need that hug from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, both of them, to say we welcome you. We see you and we welcome you. And thank you, Amy and Juan, for recognizing the journalism and for allowing me to get a little emotional because, hey, if you lose all your emotion, then what good are we as journalists?
Juan, we aren't able to hear you. Juan?
Sorry about that. Gerline, I wanted to ask you, this mistreatment not only of Haitians, but you've been noticing also of Cameroon migrants who are seeking asylum in the United States. I wonder if you could talk about that as well.
Thank you so much, Juan, and thank you so much, Maria, for really bringing the reality of what's happening. Looking into continued contrast and parallel when it comes to the different treatment of Black migrants and European migrants, frankly, we have been fighting for over 2 years to get TPS for Cameroon, a country that has been into 5 armed conflicts and really seeing how the mistreatments of Cameroonians in immigration prison. We were literally forced to create the first Black immigrants bail fund because we had a $50,000 bail to pay for Cameroonian young men who fled Cameroon to come here. And we've been asking for TPS for 2 years. We've been begging President Biden and Vice President Harris, Susan Rice, to please allow TPS for Cameroon so that they can be free, at least be protected from deportation. And they have refused. And we see within a week, TPS was provided for Ukraine. That is why we continue to push and ask for TPS for Cameroon. We cannot wait any longer to make sure that equity equity is a part of our immigration system, that people from Cameroon are receiving TPS as soon as possible. And we commend the administration for highlighting and validating the lives of Ukrainians and the lives of our Afghan community. But it is past due for TPS to be provided for Cameroon. And what we say is protection delay is protection denied. And we again seeing right now how we have allowed exemption for Ukrainians and Russians that are coming at the US-Mexico border. Juan and Amy, I was there last Monday really trying to highlight the damage of Title 42. And I clearly remember in 2020, April 2020, when the Haitian Bijoux Alliance sent the first letter starting a campaign to ask then President Trump to end Title 42 because it did not bear any water as to why they will really put Title 42 in place simply to block asylum seekers from getting protection. And today we are hoping and really pushing and demanding as a community, as a movement, for President Biden and the CDC to put an end to Title 42 and make sure it's never used against people at the US-Mexico border, specifically Black and brown people, because we clearly see that we are allowing Ukrainians and other Europeans to access the process at the US-Mexico border, while at the same time making sure that Haitians are not afforded the same protection. So we really are calling on President Biden to highlight the fact that, yes, President Trump then said that he did not want people from S-hole countries such as Haiti and many African countries, but he will welcome people from Europe. And we see clearly that the things that President Trump said, President Biden is proving to us as a people that is the reality. We are willing and able and ready to welcome immigrants as long as they are not Black and brown.
I apologize. Okay, so that was basically it for that stream. And what I was sharing is that you know, while everything is happening in this world as it is, it's really embarrassing how, our people are traveling from places like Haiti, Cameroon, Nigeria, and all these other places trying to get into these spaces where they're being pushed back and not welcomed. And it really is an opportunity for Africa or many islands or that can receive our people from the places where they are not doing well to really welcome them in. I wanted to share that with y'all. I don't understand why I got cut off. I do apologize. I'm it may be some issues with storms or whatever near here. Also wanted to give you guys an update. And again, these tonight we're really just looking at updates on what's happening in those Haitian streets. Just to give you guys an update, I know we haven't spoken since not really in depth since the president got killed in Haiti or assassinated in Haiti. I have another clip to show you or give you some insight of the what's happening on the streets as well as of in Haiti itself.
For the last 3 months, this type of civil unrest has become the norm as demonstrators protest ongoing kidnappings and violence, as well as mostly stagnant wages in the face of soaring inflation. Protesters in Port-au-Prince say life is becoming unattainable and they're demanding that government officials do more to address the problems facing them on a daily basis.
I mean, just again, since it was already crazy in Haiti, but since the assassination of Jovenel Moïse, which was the president, just assassinated, and I'm sure that everybody knows by now that there were a lot of hands from America and other places that had a lot to do with that. It's been one thing after the other. And I have to say, if you don't know the history of Haiti, if you do not know or understand the history of Haiti, you're missing a big part of understanding Africa and the history of African people throughout the world, because Haiti plays a big part of that and is paying for that till this day. But pay attention to what's happening on the streets. This was as of 3 days ago. Yeah.
Traders can't take to the streets. Our children can't go to school because of the kidnapping and crime. Rising costs and inflation are only making things worse for us.
Everything from food to fuel is getting more expensive. Bakeries that make the bread most Asians rely on every day could soon be forced to shut down due to supply shortages and rising costs.
The war in Ukraine has hurt us a lot because imported flour plays such an important role. It has made it difficult to get wheat into Haiti. That's why it's so expensive for us, even if we can't afford it.
Haiti imports 70% of its food, and the UN estimates that nearly half of the population is in urgent need of assistance. Many of the medical workers who went on strike earlier this month over security concerns are refusing to return to work until their wages are increased.
We're aware that we're not supposed to hold the strike for this long, but it's not our fault. We've tried talking to the government, but they tell us they're not able to increase our wages.
Haiti's most vulnerable are the ones paying the highest cost, as there are no doctors or nurses to attend to their needs.
There were 8 patients here with me. 5.
And I sometimes question our humanity. I understand that people are not getting paid. But I don't know. Maybe it's because of the way I think and the way my heart is. As a doctor, I could not leave a building where people are dying or sick and say, well, if they're not paying me, I'm not going to take care of them. I'm going to watch them die. And I understand that, you have to do something to push the government. But when you know that you're in the government, that push is not really going to make a difference. But like Haiti is like Africa in a lot of ways, where a lot of the good lawyers, doctors, everybody, engineers, all the good, all the people that have the ability to make things better in Haiti are leaving for greener pastures. And it is sad because, and the ones that are remaining, I feel like, are left there, uh, you know, so depleted of a soul, what it is to be human, that they can actually sit there and watch a human die in front of them and say, well, if I'm not getting paid, I'm not servicing you. And that was one of the most shocking things to find out, not only in Haiti, but in poor places all over the world. And these are one of the things that we don't understand here, especially if we're in the diaspora, especially if we're in America. When you're sick, you go to the emergency room, be it that you have coverage or don't have coverage, insurance or no insurance, somebody's going to take care of you. They may not put you in the best room. You may not get the best doctor. You may have to go through whatever, but they're not supposed to let you die. Well, in places like, Haiti and Africa and other poor places, like, if you don't have that money, you can't even be seen. Sometimes they make you lay outside of the building. And this really brings something to my mind. It makes me realize that how are we treating ourselves? When we say the world is not treating us right, how are we treating ourselves? What value do we give ourselves? And is the value that we're giving ourselves is what's being given back to us through the world, because there is this thing called frequency, this thing called, the law of attraction. When you out there showing the world that you don't mean much, or you don't care much about yourself because you're not taking care of yourself, or you're making it seem like, you're going to put something before self, like money. And I know it's not right to ask people to work for free, but it's really a hard thing for me to imagine becoming a doctor and watching people don't have access to being healed. If I can do it, if it's in my hands, if it's something that I am able to do. Yeah.
They've already left the hospital with infections because they couldn't find a doctor. We are asking the government to solve the problems of the strikers because we cannot suffer too much anymore.
The political paralysis in Haiti has only gotten worse since the July assassination of former President Jovenel Moïse. No date has yet been set for new elections, and the acting prime minister says the first step is to hold a constitutional referendum.
Somebody has said in the comment section, how does a country, and I agree, what should matter says, how does a country with fertile land have no food? I've thought about this over and over again, and I have to be completely honest with you. I feel as if the reason that that happens is because we become so dependent. Now, this is how it works in my mind. In my mind, I believe that what happens is that after a certain amount, if one generation stop planting and they move to the cities or not, but they stop planting, and then another generation come, and they're definitely far away from knowing how to take care or feed themselves. They're going to the stores too, or going to buy prepackaged food too to eat. um 3 generations from there, these people become completely dependent in a way of life, which where they are completely dependent on import. There's nothing exporting. It's all import because they've now become dependent of importation. I want to welcome Jude to the discussion. Jude, welcome. I'm going to finish playing the video, but I wanted to give you some time to say what you came to say. And welcome, my brother.
Um, Thank you, Gina. How you
You're
doing?
welcome. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah. This is sad. This is sad for real. Like these are similar situations that are happening across the continent and Haiti and in black countries as a whole. It's brought to my attention that us like when they talk of immigrants, right? The people that look more darker, they consider them as some kind of, like, I mean, a European immigrant or somebody who was running from Europe because of a European crisis or political crisis, they put him on the top because they think he got money, right? He can come here and work his way out with some kind of money and stuff like that. But an immigrant from this South America or Caribbean or Africa is considered like a dependency immigrant. So it means the state is going to spend more money, take care of these people, and just so that's and it's crazy because, like you said, how do we help ourselves? Because it seems like our own people doesn't even treat us right, like in from where we from. Like you see what is happening in Haiti. It's the same thing that is happening in Cameroon as well. Now they are talking about bread, the prices of bread going up. It's the same thing that I was watching the news in Cameroon. They were talking about prices of bread going up. I'm asking myself, we have cassava.
Right, Jude, that means that we're paying for their war.
Right, but exactly. I'm asking myself, we have cassava. You could actually make your own cassava flour and make bread with it. You have potatoes. You can actually make potatoes, flour, and make bread out of it. So why do you need importation of flour from these European countries in order to make bread? It's it's, and it's just frustrating. I mean, it's really frustrating, like it's just too much. We really have to come to our senses where we have to make sure the people that receive our raw materials are the people that we are benefiting from. You can't keep giving stuff to people that when it comes to crisis, they cannot help you out as well. So it's not a win-win situation for us and Haiti as well, you know. And that's all what I want to say. Yeah. Like
I
see,
agree
take
with
for
you.
instance, Haiti used to be a biggest importation of rice export. You could make flour out of
Right.
rice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. At one point
So
it was sugar, and then it became rice. And it's funny
right.
because not only were they recognized, were they the biggest exporters of rice, they had the best rice. And
Exactly.
so that land is capable, and the capability of making rice was taken from them because you see, America made them sign some papers to make sure that there would be
Right.
no growing of rice.
Right.
um,
Because American
that
market was
the
getting
American
bigger.
rice would be sold at such a cheap price that it would
Exactly.
undersell. Yeah.
And if there's war happening in America today, Haiti will suffer because the rice in Haiti, it will be difficult to get rice.
Well, I'm gonna say this in reference to the situation in Haiti. Haiti of all places, with its history and knowledge of all that has happened since the 1700s. Haiti has a lot of history that they have access to. Haiti of all places. We should we should stop being dependent on these people. We know our position. And it made me sad. The first video that I shared where this woman kept saying, why can't Biden hold black children, black and brown children, the way he was coddling that white child? And I was thinking in my head is, why are you even repeating this?
Right.
Why are you even repeating this? Because to be honest with you, it's to the point where we are starting to look asinine. We are looking asinine. And because these people, I mean, to be honest with you, they're doing what they're supposed to do. Self-preservation is a must.
Exactly. We're not doing the same.
We're the ones sitting here wanting people to not preserve themselves, but to preserve us, as if we're crazy. Like, you're asking them to put you to prioritize you. I mean, yes, they let 100,000 Ukrainians in. What did you think? What do we think? I mean, what do we think as a brown and black people? What do we think in this world? It's confusing to me. But let's go on with the clip. I have a couple more clips I want to share with y'all. I wanted to touch base. It was hard for me to do this because I was hoping that by the time I touched base on and let you guys know what was going on in Haiti, that better things were happening. But as you can see, the one thing about Haitians, I will say, is that they're united. They're ready to do something. They just don't know what to do. So let's go on.
Tuesday protests marks the 35th anniversary of Haiti's current constitution, and organizers say they will continue to apply pressure until those in charge move forward with a change the country so desperately needs. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera.
So I'm gonna welcome someone somewhere. Welcome to the discussion. Tell me what you think about what you've seen so far. I've not heard from you for a while. You're welcome, my brother.
Oh yeah, salutations, greetings, Judah, and Miss Bijoux, Noir, Miss Gina. I mean, it's really good. It's being so naive.
Yeah.
Like, I would say majority of our people buy into this propaganda that this post-racial society exists, and that people are gonna be benevolent towards us because of they've magically woken up and stopped believing what they have for the past however long that we've been coming in contact with them. I mean, I don't know what it's gonna take for the majority of our people to get out of that mindset. All I know is if it don't happen quick, it's gonna be very bad.
Yeah, I agree. I don't really, to be funny with you, somebody said naivety. I apologize for the dogs, y'all. They all over the place. Somebody mentioned naivety, and I don't think we are naive anymore. I don't think there's anything left. I don't think they're leaving room for naivety. All right, do you think so? Do you think that they're leaving room for us to be naive anymore in this time?
I think our people are naive because they want to believe that the world operates benevolently towards us the way that they profess to be. Our people want to believe that, even in deep down in the back of their mind, they know it's not true, but they long for that.
Yeah. Now, I like what you said, Zena. You said the Haitians are doing the right thing, demanding more from their government. But it's not their government. None of the governments are our governments. And that's the part that I'm starting to be aware of as well. There has to be a shifting of all governments, black governments, as far as because as we speak, I don't think any governments are really, self-driven. I don't know if I'm bringing that out in a way where you guys can understand, but Haiti does not govern itself. Obviously, you had a president that wanted to make some steps towards moving corruption, and we see what happens.
Right.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think there's one autonomous African nation on the planet.
But the thing is, though, I mean, because it seems like they've been governed externally, like there's a superior power that is beyond these people, right? And hey, how can you stand on your own without having a superior power leading you, telling you what to do? Do we have that? We don't. You know, that's why our resources is being taken by these people. We don't have our own currencies. They are being controlled by these people. We don't have leaders that can lead us. We don't have nothing on our own. When things like this are going on, we don't have nowhere to go. Then go back to them and beg for, oh, take us as refugees, take us, accept us. And that's bad, you know.
It's gotten to the point where when I look at this video, and I'll play it again for those of you that didn't see the whole
For the
thing.
last 3 months, this
You see old, you see young, you see everybody out in the street. It's just desperation at this point. But it's been like this. It's been like a steady drumbeat for Haiti and for Africa and for the Caribbeans, where poor people are. Those of us that are in the diaspora, we're safe from it. Now let's talk about that. Do you think the only way that we're going to be able to be safe from it all is if we humble to it all? I mean, is there no more fight left in us? Are we able to self-govern, or is it just something that is completely impossible to self-govern? Because it seems like when in the places that we are under the establishment of what we call, or what so many of us call, white supremacy, that everything runs too well. You know, it's not perfect, but there is a sense of structure. And
Gina,
when I play this video,
type of civil unrest has become the norm as
unrest
demonstrators protest
out of
ongoing
lack of
kidnappings and
structure.
violence.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jude.
yeah, what I'm saying is across the world, like in Africa, right? In Haiti, is the same thing that is happening. You see, like that lady was talking about Cameroonians crossing over, coming as is just war everywhere in Nigeria. Like people are not safe. Like this is it's just happening. And I think that's why you see people are leaving, right? Because they have fought and fought, but they cannot defeat the people that are to change the regime is hard to change the regime, because the people that comes in power out of a sudden they are being bought out by the Europeans. And that's what probably happened in Haiti when the president that got killed, the guy that took over, he's already probably, you know, they already bought him already. So it's hard for him to do changes.
Yeah.
And every changes that he want to do on his own is being influenced by European power or probably America. And is that's why you see most people leave, most Africans and people say, oh, but you're an African, why you come, or you from Haiti, why you coming over? But because they have fought and cannot defeat the government in power,
because
some of them have been tired and they just have to leave.
And that's the part that is that a lot of people that see people coming into places like Canada, UK, America, they don't understand the other side of the coin, which is something that we do. Those of us that come from the Caribbeans or come from Africa or come from those places that have to find a way here. It's not because you wouldn't stay if you could, if things were better. It's because you don't have an option to stay. In all prosperity seems to be across the ocean. So you do whatever you need to do to get across the ocean.
Right. If you see how the Cameroonians come over,
yeah, it's like being in a desert, right? It's like being in a desert and looking for water. So you find it and you go, and even though you're not welcome there, even though you're made to feel uncomfortable, but at least there you have more options. And then you get caught up. You get caught up in the system where you don't want to go back to that. You don't want to go back to that, which is without structure, because now you understand that there is a difference. And why would you want to go back to that? And that's why, it's really not fair to be hard on those that come from those spaces. And then the other side of that coin, if it could be one of those type of coin that have, more than two sides, is the fact that places like the UK, Canada, and US, all prosperity comes from poor places.
Yep.
And that's the dirty aspect of it. And it's really hard because you see, when you think about the Ukrainians, what is coming from Ukraine to make America prosperous? That they would be willing to keep 100,000 refugees, but not willing to keep the ones in Haiti.
Yeah, the refugees coming from Ukraine, they are middle class, they are educated, they have money, some of them are rich. The people that are coming from Haiti and South America, there's not as, that's what I think. And,
that's one aspect of it, but then there's another aspect of it. You see, when
right,
they go
you have colorism as well. Yep.
Yeah, well, but the other aspect of it is when you go into a place, like if America goes into Haiti, they take what they want with very little cost. But if they go into Ukraine and they want something, they have to put out. There is some dealing, there is some respect, there is leverage being used on both sides.
Right.
It's funny because they go into places like Africa, Caribbeans, and they take whatever they want. But then when it comes to places these people wanting to come in, they're taking more from the Caribbeans and Africa. That's what I'm trying to say, than they are from Ukraine. They're receiving more from places like Africa and from the Caribbeans than they are receiving. I mean, they have less to pay when they go into these poor places. But then when they give back, they give back to themselves. And it's not, of course, it's not trickery. It's just self-preservation. We understand that. We understand that it's self-preservation, but let's not get this confused. It's not like Haiti has nothing to offer, or Africa has nothing to offer, or Jamaica has nothing to offer, or any other Caribbean space have nothing to offer. It's just that we're going to take a lot from you and give you nothing back. And then we're going to take very little from ourselves, and we're willing to give ourselves the world. But that's the way the world is supposed to work. And it's working that way. So everything is moving as it should. What you called it earlier, someone somewhere, our naivety of the situation is what keeps us stagnant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're going to be stagnant for a long time, Gina, because we really don't know what we are doing. We let them come in, they take those raw materials, like you said, they take more of it, and then they take it and produce it and bring it over and give us less and expensive. And, and when there's crisis that is happening in their country, we are suffering. And because of the flour that is going on, the crisis in Russia and Ukraine, we are suffering of flour product. We cannot have bread because things are expensive, but because we give them those raw materials cheaper.
Now, Zena pointed out, and this is true, of course, Ukraine, borders the U.S. biggest enemy, and this is something that I think about a lot. I'm like, why is Russia U.S.'s biggest enemy when U.S. is doing more damage in Africa and in other places? Why is it that? It's funny that Russia is U.S.'s biggest enemy.
Right. When it comes to power.
There is so much more wound. They are causing more wounds to brown and black places throughout the world, but they have no enemies. They have no enemies in places like Haiti, really, or enemies in Africa, or enemies in brown places. Their only enemies is themselves, because guess what? They have the weapons. They have all the guns. They basically make sure that they don't put you don't have the certain types of power that you would become an enemy. Right now, all you could be is someone that needs their protection. And I don't really want to speak of Russia because, to be honest with you, I want to focus in on what is it that we need to understand. Okay, what can we do now that we are here and we're in this situation and we understand our situation? Our situation is what it is. These people, They're letting hundreds and thousands of Ukrainians in because, yeah, for one, it's about self-preservation. Regardless if it's a UK and Russia thing, it's about self-preservation. And brown and black people not being welcomed at the same thing. It's about self-preservation. For me, it's about self-preservation. The only other option is to unite, but we cannot unite because we have this thing where the only enemies that we see is ourselves. When we think of enemy, we think of ourselves. For the most part, we think of ourselves, obviously. And I don't think that we should go around looking for enemies. That's not what I'm saying. But it's just the fact that everybody else is finding ways to protect themselves in this world, to maneuver in a way where they are able to secure themselves and their future selves. Are we the only agents of the whole world uniting? Is that what we're supposed to be, the agents of peace throughout the world? And while we're giving this peace, what are we getting back?
Nothing.
The thing is, we're the only people that's really buying into the propaganda that they're putting in. That's what puts us at a disadvantage. We're not playing by the same rules as the rest of the civilized nations, quote unquote civilized nation. We're playing on this point of everybody's equal and everybody's gonna do right by us because we're humans. That's not how it works. That's not how it's never worked. That's not how nature works. Until we understand that, we're always gonna be the footstool.
I agree. And I think this point that that we got from Ama, it says Russia and Ukraine are the same people. Russia, Ukraine, and US are the same people. They're the same people. And I agree with you. Never mind them. Because when all is said and done, when they're finished with their little house fight, what do you call that? When family fight? When they finish their little, get-togethers, where they're disagreeing, where does that leave us? Are we going to be in a better position because of US's power, or not? Are we gonna will situations change for the small Caribbean islands that are being devastated by the greed of these great countries usurping great power in the world, or will there be will it be as business as usual? And that's the part, you see, because I really don't care what they do anymore, what they're doing to each other, what they're not doing to each other. I'm at the point where I'm just like, what are we doing to ourselves? What are we allowing, and why is it being allowed? And what about self-preservation as far as we're concerned? Is that not a thing? Has it ever been a thing?
I mean, it feels like as a people, we've just been domesticated from a mentality standpoint.
Period.
I mean,
I agree.
I don't. It's like with us as men, we don't view the world as far as us trying to obtain real power. All of our goals are to contrive a position within the system. But I rarely ever hear men speaking of let's create our own. I don't know where that is going.
Exactly. It's like we're just sitting here waiting for direction at all times. I was speaking to someone earlier because I'm having a discussion tomorrow. I'm off tomorrow, so I'm going to be able to do it. And it's going to be about protecting Black women and children. And I'm trying very hard not to come off like Black men don't ever do anything for Black women and children. And then I asked my sister, shout out to Denise. I asked Denise, I said, hey, do you think Black men protect Black women and children? And she was quiet for a minute. And she said, no, I don't think so, sis. And I at that moment we were listening to a clip from Tariq Rashid, whatever his name is, Nasheed, or I don't even know how I got into that because I don't subscribe to him. But he mentioned how Black men have always protected Black women. And it just, and it was funny because we were just talking about that. And Denise was like, that's not true. And then he brought up a couple of incidences where Black men did a couple of things. And I sat there and I was thinking, and I'm like, he thinks that that is protection of Black women. He think that he don't understand what the white man is doing is protection of white women and children. That is what protection looks like. Being a superpower in the world. Making sure that whatever country sorry, Judy, I'm going to mute you. Whatever country your children land their feet in, as long as they look like you, they are safe and respected and appreciated above the people that are even there themselves. Protection. When we think about the word protection, now I'm going to stop talking for a minute because I want you to look at the clip really good. And this is a clear definition of what protection does not look like.
As well as mostly stagnant wages in the face of soaring inflation. Protesters in Port-au-Prince say life is becoming unattainable and they're demanding that government officials do more to address the problems facing them on a daily basis.
Traders can't take to the streets, our children can't go to school because of the kidnapping and crime. Rising costs and inflation are only making things worse for us.
Everything from food to fuel is getting more expensive. Bakeries that make the bread most Asians rely on every day could soon be forced to shut down due to supply shortages and rising costs.
The war in Ukraine has hurt us a lot because imported flour plays such an important role. It has made it difficult to get wheat into Haiti.
Imported flour. Make your own flour.
That's why it's so expensive for us, even if we can't afford it.
Haiti imports 70% of its food, and the UN estimates that nearly half of the population.
This is an opportunity to say, you know what, let's make our own. Let's figure how to do for self. But you see, he's talking about how it's impacting them. We're all talking about how everything is impacting us all times. Instead of saying, okay, how do we not let things impact? How do we stand in a place where things do not have an impact on us, where outside factors do not have an impact on us?
Is in urgent need of assistance. Many of the medical workers who went on strike earlier this month over security concerns are refusing.
And this right here, as I said before, is disgusting. If you are in a poor country, if you are in Africa, Haiti, or places like that, and you see that you're going to school and you decide to become a doctor, don't become a doctor if you are in a place where you feel like if I can't get paid, I'm not going to heal someone. Just don't do it. Those of you that are raising children in the islands or wherever in Africa, don't tell your children to become doctors in those countries unless they plan to move into, European countries where they still get paid regardless. If you want to be a doctor, if you're going to push your children to be doctors, instill with them the humanity that is needed to be a doctor in a poor country. Because guess what? It is not okay to become a doctor or to become anyone that heals someone that is in pain or is healing or sick and decide that you're not going to work because the government's going to not pay you. I'm not even talking about the government anymore. I'm looking at our humanity. Like when I think about the fact that there are so many people, doctors, that I understand they need to get paid too. I get it. But I'm so tired. This has been going on for millennia, where doctors know they don't get paid in places like Haiti and Africa and places like that. Until we can get to a place where governments can be, responsible, please don't become doctors in those spaces. Please, because you can't get paid. So what's the use of becoming a doctor to be complaining about the same thing that you're complaining about? Just a personal rant about doctors in poor places. Just disgusted.com.
To return to work until their wages are increased.
We're aware that we're not supposed to hold the strike for this long, but it's not our fault. We've tried talking to the government, but they tell us they're not able to increase our wages.
And this is about wages increase. Come on.
Haiti's most vulnerable.
Just don't become a doctor. I know that doctors should be paid. I know that they're not valued. I know, but if you become a doctor, understand this. It should not be about money for you. Matter of fact, don't even think about becoming a doctor if you need to get paid. Because we need doctors. We need doctors that are coming from the inside. We need doctors that understand that you're not doing it for money. You're not doing it for even the ability to feed yourself. Because right now, as it stands, our humanity looks really bad. I see other countries where people are poor, but doctors still work. But when it comes to like brown and black places, when it comes to money, doctors will be sitting right there watching a patient just choke to death in the bed and be like, I'm not getting paid. If you don't bring in the money, I'm not fixing you. And it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Are the ones paying the highest cost, as there are no doctors or nurses to attend to their needs.
There were 8 patients here with me. 5 already left the hospital with infections because they couldn't find a doctor. We are asking the government to solve the problems of the strikers because we cannot suffer too much anymore.
The political paralysis in Haiti has only gotten worse since the July assassination of former President Jovenel Moïse.
Let me ask you guys something easier. I have 2 men here. Shout out to Jude and someone somewhere for coming through. And I see you in the comment section tonight. You're welcome. Well, let me ask you as men, when you see this, right? And I don't know what it is to be a man. I don't know what it's like because I would assume that manhood means like just the thought of being a man. There's a certain responsibility that comes with that within your mind, because in most spaces that we are in, especially Black people, males are supposed to be the heads. When you see things like this, like when you look at the state of Africa, the state of our situations wherever we are, what does it do to you?
Me personally, I mean, it to me, it just makes me ashamed, bro. Like, I don't understand what type of chemical imbalance majority of the men in our community are dealing with or suffering from at this time. But it's pathetic. I really can't understand the value system that we have for the most part. The privatization of stuff that we do. Like, I really don't get it. To me, it's foreign. I don't see how you could call yourself a man consistently and fall subject to the things that we do. I really don't understand it.
And do you think that this, I mean, what does it call you to do though as a man?
I mean, really, it calls me to display true manhood to younger men, so they don't try to mimic what majority of men are doing. To try to show them a different value system, a true value system, of what you're really supposed to prioritize in life. But majority of the men in our society, I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't know if they think the odds are too insurmountable or what it is, but to me, if you was born here, you're gonna die regardless. I'm not finna die on the bottom. If I'm at the bottom, as long as I live, I'm gonna fight for my people to be on top of, even if it's not quote unquote on top, as far as like I'm taking everybody's resource type thing to where we are protected and comfortable and we don't have to worry or rely on any other government or any other entity. Period. I don't understand how men can be complacent in other people's nations, bearing other people's names, speaking other people's language, practicing other people's religions, and still call yourself a man. And that's really the problem that majority of the men in America have. They don't know it. Most don't know it consciously, but subconsciously. The reason why men be asking like, I need a submissive woman. What it really is they want somebody to kowtow to them to make them feel like a man, because in this society they don't feel like one, because they are subject to Europeans or wherever they go, whether it be Asians or whatever. They're not autonomous. That's what it is. That's the real problem. It's not
Man,
the black woman. The black woman is doing she's doing her best. I mean, no, they're not perfect today, and it's been a ripple effect as far as the deterioration of our community. But it's not really their fault. The whole reason why we are over here in the first place is due to our lack of protection. So any man, you can't go around blaming a woman. That's not manly to do that.
Powerful. You said unsurmountable earlier. When you mentioned unsurmountable, do you ever feel like with everything that Black men are facing or everything that needs to get done to protect Black women, Black children, yourselves, and you look at the odds, you mentioned the word unsurmountable. Tell me, give me more on that, please.
I mean, from a person's view, a regular person's view, I can see how it could seem insurmountable, but all it takes is one generation of sacrifice. That's all. The odds aren't insurmountable at all. It's easy. It's relatively easy on my eye if you approach it strategically.
I see.
I mean, I don't really think, because I mean, it's been done before. Like
Right.
Ho Chi Minh's model with Vietnam is good. It didn't get sustained, but that's I mean, that could be sustainable if you have the right people in place for a period of time. China did it. Japan did it with the aid of the U.S. But I mean, it's definitely possible. It's not hard. It just takes a critical mass of people that's dedicated and strategic.
Exactly.
And
Amazing, amazing. Tunija, I want to welcome you to the discussion. Jude, did you want to chime in to that question before Tunija? I welcome Tunija to the.
No, yeah, tonight I can go ahead.
Okay, great. Tunija, I want to welcome you to the discussion.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I just came in and saw the Haitian video, and that really got me going because that's the same thing that is happening in Nigeria as we speak. The universities have been closed for over a month now, and this is the same problem we keep facing. And I begin to occur to me that both sides are sabotaging the group. It's like these intellectuals in these nations and the government are conspiring to ruin the countries and destroy this thing. I don't know how they do it. I don't know how it's happening, but clearly that's what's happening. Because how can you claim, like universities now in Nigeria are closed? How can you claim you have so many professors at that university that you don't know the damage you are doing to that country when you are doing that kind of stuff? You go on strike for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Students that should graduate for 4 years course spend 6 years at the universities. Private universities are opening up all over the place. Many of these vice chancellors, their children are attending schools overseas. They are sabotaging the lives of our people over and over again. They claim that they are forming union. They are just as bad. Because how can the calculation should be always making is that, okay, you can protest, but never damage the country's edition. Because in the end, you need those leaders to come and repair the things you want to fix. If you really want those things fixed, because they've been doing this for the last 30 to 40 years. If they had endured it and raised proper students and educated their people that are not running out of the country all the time, maybe they will have people that are going to be listening to them in the corridors of power. But they sit there claiming to be fighting for the people, and sometimes their demands are even unrealistic. Like the Nigerian University Association, they're asking that the Nigerian government makes education free for everybody. In a situation whereby the country, the entire national budget of the country is about 20 something billion dollars, 23 billion or 26 billion dollars, and the income the country has to spend, he spends a lot of it on debt. You are asking them to make it this, and the Nigerian government also has to pay what they call it fuel subsidies. Fuel is cheaper in Nigeria than in Saudi Arabia. These people have crippled because the Nigerian state is so weak, and that's the problem of weak states. Because they are so weak, they don't want to upset the citizens, so the citizens don't do the kind of stuff you are seeing in the picture, in the video just now. Because nobody wants Nigeria to go crazy, because if Nigeria goes crazy, all the West African countries and other African countries are going to be in trouble. It's a total, and when I see it happening, it really, really annoys me, because these people have done this, and they keep destroying our children's futures over and over again. And the students in Nigeria, you know, young people now, instead of them to, just like they don't like to vote, sometimes they don't know what is good for them because they are young. They would rather sit at home. Some of them don't even want to go to school in the first place. So, but some of them this year in Nigeria came out to protest that these teachers and the government, they are misbehaving, that both sides are costing them a lot. But the protest is not as strong as the NSAS protest or any simple protest that you see in Nigeria, because the people that are protesting are students, because they don't necessarily know what is good for them in terms of if they're being like, okay, like these so-called lecturers now are going on strike. Why do you think they're going on strike? Because they are protesting so strongly because of their salaries. But students that their lives are being wasted, they are not protesting strongly enough anyway. So this is the problem, and they are kind of damaging them at a very, very young age, so that they don't have a chance in life. And the moment they get out of it and they are able to like say, okay, they get admission overseas, they're out. Some of them that manage to go to private university, they're out. Everybody wants to run out of the country because the country is treating them so badly. And I don't understand how both sides can conspire to wreck countries like this. I really can't get my head around it, because.
But you know, the funny thing is, tonight, it's not just happening on the continent. It's not just happening in Nigeria. It has to be a systematic. It has to be a deployment of.
That's why
it has to be a plan, because it cannot be. Is it possible that our people are all just fraudulent like this? I mean, it's happening in Haiti. Do you think Haiti is being run by Nigerians? Yeah, in some ways it is. 33% Nigerian right here. But I'm telling you that it's not just in Nigeria. It's in Mali. It's in Cameroon. It's in Angola. It's everywhere on the continent. It's in places in the United States where Black leaders are, heading. It's also in places in the Caribbean. So I'm asking myself, are we corrupt? Are we just corrupt?
No, I think there's a program that the similarity is that exactly what that lady is saying is exactly the kind of stuff you hear Nigerians talking about. I was like, but the cycle you are doing is not going to solve the problem. You've been doing it for 30 years. Change your tactics. Maybe go directly to the people and ask for money directly to the people and tell them, you know what, you want your children to go to school like this, pay 500 naira, pay 1,000 naira every month into the social account. The account will be used to pay the teachers directly. These people can be creative if they wanted to be. These so-called professors keep going on strike constantly. I really am infuriated by them. And what I hate most about them is that at least the citizens hate the government, but they don't understand that these people are also their enemy. These so-called professors that pretend as if they care for the people, they are snakes, because they know exactly the damage they are doing. Many of them schooled in the West too. They see that in the UK here, if you want to go on strike, you better not even go more than 3 days. If you want to go on strike in the UK, they won't let you. If you want to protest, go and protest over the weekend. They restrict everything you do so that you don't damage the system. These people, what they are doing, they go on strike for such a long time that it paralyzes the system. I don't understand what kind of logic is that, because they still get paid. You are still living in poverty anyway. You are still getting the poverty wage. You might as well stay at work for a purpose. Right now, you are protesting for money that you never get, and then the children lose out. Why not stay at work with the money that you're getting, and then the student profit? Tomorrow, you build a stronger country out of it. Because the logic behind their strikes, I don't buy it. And if they really want to end that problem, they can. There are solutions. These are educated people. They know how to end it. But they pretend as if the government has all the power to do everything. That is a lie. They are all just as bad. And
you got to ask yourself, the government itself, what is it doing? Because the government is supposed to be governing.
Yes.
Why isn't it governing?
Yeah, but that's the problem now. The status quo. This is why I believe that both of them are conspired to wreck nations. And the program that they are using in Nigeria is the program they are using. They are using in many African countries. That's what they are using in Haiti too. The same kind of mentality. And it's not by coincidence you are seeing these patterns repeat themselves over and over again. Because these people know better. I know better. All of us, when we are raising our children, we don't say, oh, because things are hard, we are not going to suffer to get our children to school. No, because many of their children are in that system, they will fight hard to fix the system. But what they do
Gina
is,
says this, and this is the part that I don't get. In the US and in UK, it's illegal for a doctor not to treat the sick. There's no infrastructure in place on the continent or in the Caribbeans or anywhere else that Black people are in leadership that says that it is illegal for a doctor not to treat a sick person.
they go about
Like, why do you become a doctor if you don't want to heal people? If you become a doctor only to make money, then maybe stop telling your children to be doctors. Brown and Black
it's the same thing. They will say, why did you become a teacher when you this is the same pattern. They know exactly what they are doing. There are people that hijack that organizations. They pretend as if they are fighting for the people, but they are not.
Money hungry, a bunch of money hungry people. That's why they become doctors. They want to be. You know what? I'm not demonizing doctors. I'm not demonizing lawyers. Well, forget that. They make money regardless. I'm not demonizing teachers and doctors. But these are the professions that when you choose to become them, you need to be able to commit to them regardless. And it seems like it's not the case, because I'm so tired of us, the government is what it is. It's trash. But if the people that are under the government, like the doctors, the teachers, if we take the responsibility that we have we have governments that have sold out. Let's just do what we need to do for our people to our best ability. Then you know what? We would overturn the government. But if it looks like people are working right alongside them at this point, because you can't keep screaming that the government is corrupt and then you're going to sit here and say, well, I'm waiting for the government to pay me. I don't get it. How is the government? That's never going to work. It's like you're chasing your tail. You're not going to catch it. And then, I get frustrated because I'm trying to figure out, the government. Yes, you say not to blame the government. But tonight it's hard not to, it's hard not to expect the government to govern, because that's what they are put in place to do. And when infrastructure is not there and there is no organization there, and no protection for children, and protection for civil rights and medical rights, and those things are the things that the government is supposed to do, and they're not evident. They're not there.
True. And the reason why I'm going after these organizations now is because I think in the past, everybody, like I said, they are already onto the government, but they are not onto these groups. They are not onto the fact that these groups are just as bad as the government. Because in Nigeria now, they've created private universities whereby the rich people's children attend those private universities. They graduate at the normal times. While poor people's children spend 2 years extra at university, while these people are damaging the education system. These things decide. We have to understand what is going on here. These both sides are setting us up, and it's not by coincidence. If you give me charge of those organizations today, within 6 months, I'll find solutions that will make the government turn around and think, because there are things you can do that will reveal the hands of the government that they are really an obstacle to the progress of the people. If you start going directly to the people, and start asking them, you know what, the government is not ready to help you. Let's make sure that our children remain at school. You people should donate so money. If you don't donate it, this is what kind of education your children are going to get. Put money together, because if everybody put money together, they are more likely to get the ones that are going to university. They are more likely to fund those ones. Then when it's your turn for your children to get to school, you will be able to attend the school at a lower rate too. So you convince people to do that, you are more likely to, because all those people that are going to private universities, they will now be willing to pay into the system, as long as they are sure the system is 100% transparent. They see where the money is going to. You will be able to run the schools, especially when the system is running. You start doing this, the government will be like, okay, we see, okay, they are collecting money now. They are able to run their own schools now. If it turns out that is working, if the government tries to stop it, it will reveal their hand. That, okay, because sometimes Nigerian government, that's another thing they do. They will say, you don't have power to do that. You will prevent you from doing that. You don't have the power to raise money from the citizens. You see what I mean? So if they try to do that, that will reveal them. And if they don't try to do that, you get the money you want anyway. You get a better education system, better than what the government will ever offer you. Sometimes you have to use creative ways, and this is just one. There are so many other ways you can go about it without wrecking the lives of young people every year continuously. Like in Haiti now, you are not treating people. Then why are you in the profession in the first place, leaving for people that are actually selfless? After all, Cubans are not doctors are not exactly paid a lot of money. You know, they were even in a socialist system where the money barely means anything. Yeah, they have one of the best healthcare systems. They have one of the best education systems because the government is at least paying attention to their interest. They are able to feed and all the rest. I can tell you right now, Nigerian university lecturers, food is not their problem. And I'm sure the Haitian ones too. Food is not their problem. Their problem is that they want something that maybe the government refuses to give them and they feel they deserve it. That is the issue with all these people. They always feel like, and while you are doing that, I don't care what you want. I don't care what you want to get from the government. While you are doing that, what are you doing with the students? What are you doing with the people, your patients? Are you diminishing their life, that's their expectations of service? If you are doing that, then you are not helping your people. You are just damaging them. What is the point? Why would a soldier even go and die for you? If you cannot even take a hit for salary or whatever reason you are fighting your fight for. What soldier will go and die for people that cannot even take a hit for a few pence here and there? Sometimes
funny thing is too, Nigel.
Make it right.
Funny thing, and then I'm gonna go on to Darth, and then my sister Amina. Funny thing is, I truly believe that we find ways to fight. I mean, the government does not have money, but there's always room for wars and things like that in these spaces. And just like in Haiti, they're finding ways to get they're finding ways to get gangs, the kind of machine guns they need to kill hundreds of people and things like that. There's ways you see the aspect of getting people, the things they need to destroy themselves, that right there is there. But giving people what they need to help themselves, heal themselves, that's not there. The government is full of people that are raised in our households. And this is always my response to that. The government is us. It's us. We're raising these people to consider money more than they consider humanity. And that is the problem with us. I want to go into Darth. Thank you so much tonight. I'll get back to you.
Dang it.
Darth, tell me what you think about what we're talking about.
Hello, Gina, and on all that stuff. Good to see you again. I've just basically come to say hello because I jumped in quickly as soon as I saw this. I come to say hello. It's been a while, Gina and Jude. Good to see you as well. Amina, it's good to see you. And tonight it's good to see you back in full spirits as well. So that's good.
Yes,
I just there. Yeah, hello, Amina. So I'm gonna listen on the background until I fully get what's going on. But all I can say, Gina, is good to see you and keep going, keep at it as well, and all that stuff. I will definitely be back on contributing on regular as well on this channel too.
Thank you,
Doc. And there might be fights, they might not be. No, I'm calm. I don't fight anymore. I've seen Tunisia been through so many tough battles. I don't even think I want that.
Nice to meet you.
Is Jude still here? Jude, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Good to see you, Jude, man. And you know what? I'm used to you now and all that. I'm used to your contribution. Can keep going and all that stuff, So this is a good team here. And Tunisia, keep on the strong fight, man. Don't give up and all that stuff.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, guys. So much.
Peace.
All right, guys. So let's go on. Let's not lose momentum. This is a really, to be honest with you, I've been really off. I've not been coming back on here a lot because, to be honest, I'm really at the point with us where I'm just tired of us going back and forth about what other people are doing to us, because it seems like, and I'm funny because if I'm one of those kind of people that once I put pieces together, I'm one of those people that put pieces together. I'm not going to look at one piece and just think that that's it. Sitting there talking about the government or the individuals, they're all the same. It's something about us not I feel, and I may not be all right, but there is a lack of humanity happening within our cipher, and I don't understand it. So Amina, welcome to the discussion, sis, as usual. You are welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Hope everybody is well. It's dumbfounding, to be honest. Our own self hatred is getting worse and worse by the day, and that's what I can really attribute it to: is self hatred. Like we can't even have any humanity for people who look like us. What is that? What
Period.
is that? Like I'm just going to say this quickly and then get off. Like what we do, we can't just think of the id. We have to think about how it adversely affects the collective. Like think before you do things. Have some compassion and empathy for your own people. If I do this thing, what reflection will it have on my people? And our ancestors used to think that. They used to think that way. How would this impact my people? What would this say? What would it do to our progenitors? What it would do to our descendants going forward? We have to think about them, and no one is. No one is thinking about the generations going forward. No one is thinking about the collective. No one. The hubris that I have been hearing from Maxine Waters, from Cory Booker, and they act like they're the Jack and Jills and the talented tenth, and they're so easy to help other people, but you can't justify if we help people who share your DNA. I can only perceive that as self-hatred. 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 And that was not always the case. The more money and the more education, the more self-hatred we appear to have. When our ancestors had less, they helped each other more. I remember when, teachers used to go on strike in Philadelphia. You know what my mother did? She educated us herself and the children who lived on the block, and we ended up being much further ahead by the time we got back to school, and the teachers couldn't understand how. Well, because I had a parent who said, I'm not going to rely on anyone to educate my children. I'm going to educate my children myself. And this was before the internet. All we had was a library, encyclopedias, dictionaries. You had everything that you need to do what you need to do. So I don't want to hear, oh, because I don't have. You have everything that you need. Now, to add more insult to injury, you have the internet. So you have no excuse. You have all of these baccalaureate degrees, you have all the master's degrees, you have all the PhDs, you have all the certifications. We have everything that we need to do what we need to do and successfully. And our lack of a desire to do it is stifling. It just bogs the mind. Our actions, what we choose to tout, what we choose to uplift and give reference to, it's nothing but self hatred. We got to break out of this stupor. We have to break out of this trance that we're in. Our children are going to pay the price. They're paying the price. They're committing suicide. They're killing each other. They're killing mother. They're killing father. They're killing their siblings. We are a culture. If there wasn't, if it wasn't for our ancestors, there would be no culture in America. It would be the same old crap they were doing back in Europe. But we made it so. So let's work inward. Let's retrench and go inward and do what we need to do for each other, not everybody else, for us. There's no crime in saving yourself. There is no crime in that.
None at all.
The crime is that you put other people before yourselves. You show humanity to people who don't show you humanity. let alone don't understand what that really means. So instead of displaying this innate humility and humanity for other people, charity starts at home and then it spreads abroad. Let's do that. Thank you, Gina.
Love you much, sis, and I agree with you 100%. Thank you. Okay, so we got Z. Hey Z, well, shout out to you. Thank you for coming through.
Hey,
Tell me what you think. What are we talking about today? I've been staying off these YouTube streets because I really am disgusted with us.
me too, sis. And
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm exhausted by it all. And but I did just want to jump on and say this. And I hope I can get my thoughts and words together. You know, I think our problem is we keep trying to make Black people a monolith, and then we keep trying to force ourselves into systems that don't fit us, right? And we don't understand the world. Like, we literally just don't. So everybody on this call, everybody in the comment section, everybody's right. Icon's right. Icon is right. I saw a comment from him. Amina is right. In a general sense, us as a people, we have a certain way that we view the world. And the problem is some of the environments that we find ourselves in are not conducive to that. So somewhere is right about that as well. But it's not about if you're Black, you're all this way. And if you're white, you're all that way. And this whole thing with the UK, with the US and Russia is a prime example of that. They're not the same people. Yes, they all have white skin, but guess what? One is under a world system called communism, and one is under a world system called capitalism. And then I think Tunija brought up Cuba. They're under a world system called socialism. These are the divides. These are the things that make people fight. It's because of socialism, the reason why Cuba is seen the way that it's seen by the United States, right? So I think if we could just understand that, and I'm not advocating for any system, but I will say this, the way we talk and the way we think and the way that our heart is as a people, we more are talking about socialism, if we're honest. Okay, so Tunija big upped Cuba. That's a socialist system. They care about the people. They want to make sure that, everybody has medicine, that everybody has food, and all these systems have their faults. But that's what he's describing. That's what Amina's describing. And I'll just say this, and like I said, because I don't want to sound like I'm advocating for any kind of system, but I have a whole lot of hope in IT. I saw it with my own eyes. There's organizations there that are fighting for socialism. So I'm big upping them because they're doing the right thing. They're saying, we don't want to live under this caste system anymore. This government has to change so that the people will be taken care of. So, you had Kwaku on here. That's what his organization does. They're fighting for socialism in IT. So until we start thinking differently, I think it's okay to think with your heart, but then you have to understand that you're thinking with a bleeding heart in a capitalist society. That's oil and water. I don't care how hard you fight. I don't care how much food you grow in your backyard. I don't care how many Black people marry other Black people. I don't care what you do. If you're in a capitalist society and you're expecting that society to respond to you as if it were a socialist society, that's why you stay on the hamster wheel. So that's what it is. It's really not about, because we talk a lot about in Pan-African circles, they don't care about us and we need to care about ourselves and self-hate. And I don't call it self-hate. It honestly is mental illness. if your ancestors were a part of the transatlantic slave trade, you're not okay. You're mentally not okay. And we just don't want to address that either. And it's so normal that we've normalized it. But the things that you see people doing, it's because they're not mentally well. And self-hate, it looks like self-hate, but they're not mentally well. And somewhere kind of touched on that. Like he was saying, like, I don't know what's wrong with us. Like, I just don't know. Son, you're onto something. There is something wrong with us. We need to address that. We need to figure out what kind of societies we want to live in and align ourselves that way.
You mentioned mental illness. And it's funny because I was sitting here and I was thinking they're all systematically doing the same thing, these leaders in these Black spaces or ciphers.
Mm-hmm.
So you feel like they have the same mental illness?
I don't. I feel like on the continent of Africa, I feel like they're trying to be capitalists. So I think what you have going on in Africa is the people think like socialists, but the governments think like capitalists. And again, you have oil and water.
And that's being backed by something too, the IMF.
But it doesn't matter. So it does not matter. We keep focusing on that. That's not the point. Align yourself where you have the most in common and the most ability to make things change. I promise you, IT is going to change before the continent of Africa. You watch what I tell you. I might not be around to see it, but you watch what I tell you.
I think it's interesting you said that about the people think the kind of socialism while the leaders think capitalism. The reason I think I have a bit of this in a different perspective on that. The reason why that is because clearly the African continent has some of the most entrepreneurial people on earth in terms of the ability to start their own businesses. Then you look at the way the lecturers themselves also work for private universities. They start up private universities too. And it is not the people that are necessarily socialists. It's the organizations that are running these institutions that are creating an atmosphere that makes people think that everything the government can solve everything for you, when in reality they themselves are not doing the same thing. Many of them have sent their children overseas to come and study in many African countries and other parts of the world. That's why you see Nigerians everywhere studying, even in Ukraine. Some of their children are from these people. So they know these things already, but yet they are demanding that the Nigerian government make education free, knowing full well there's no money there. Why are you asking for something that you know is unrealistic? And
They're
why
asking
are not going to school?
because I think they're asking too much because they don't understand how world systems work, right? And what I meant by the people on the ground are socialists, it goes back to something that Amina was saying when she said, you know, when we were growing up and schools would go on strike, everybody would come together and teach the kids. You know, the Black Panther Party fed children breakfast before they went to school. So that's what I mean by the people on the ground think like socialists, and the governments are trying to be capitalists. So on the ground, African culture by nature, if you think about it, it's more socialist. You eat together. Everybody doesn't have to have money to eat. Somebody's going to cook a big thing of rice and everybody in the compound can come and eat, right? So that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Personally, if we say that, I get the feeling that people will start thinking that, oh, it's not their fault. I think the people that are running these organizations, just as the government is compromised, they too are compromised. They are conspiring, just even for power. Nigeria can't even get power together. This is an economy that generates $500 billion every year. Do you know how much it takes to light about 160,000 homes? There are mobile power plants out there that can power 160,000 homes. And how much does it cost? About $11 million. 160,000 homes, $11 million compared to an economy that generates $500 billion a year. These people, something is going on there that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I'm not in disagreement. I'm not in disagreement on that because, I mean, and the truth is, We all know what it is. It's greed. Like they're greedy, right? And so, but the reason they're greedy is because they have a capitalistic mindset. They
are
believe
saboteurs. It's beyond greed. There are saboteurs among them that are there to see. I get a feeling that I've been asking the questions recently that it appears they keep our nation strong enough not to collapse and weak enough never to reclaim its destiny, awaiting the return
I don't. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, and I think you know exactly what you're talking about. But my only point is, it's like, how long do we just keep talking about what we already know?
True.
Just over and 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 over again for decade after decade, generation after generation, right? Like everybody knows what the problems are. Everybody knows who's doing what.
Some of them are new. I think some of the things I'm talking about, I don't hear anybody talking about.
The people may be new, but the system has been in place.
Yeah, the tactics are the
Gina.
same.
That's it.
Counterintelligence, their counterintelligence tactics have been the same.
Because yesterday I was engaging with some TV official this thing where they were interacting with people. So when I told them that they're talking about the security issues in Nigeria about the train that was hijacked, that's people were kidnapped from the train. And I said the solution is right there in your face. You need to recruit more soldiers. And he was like, yeah, I agree. But you see, they need to transition from saying I agree to say, you know what? We need 200,000 soldiers. We need 300,000 soldiers. We need to do this. We need to do. Their problem is they just say we know, but they don't make the further leap to actually take serious action.
So here's the deal, Tunisia. My dad used to always say, don't try to rationalize the irrational. It doesn't make sense. So then when you see something over and over and over again that just doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense for a reason. And we keep trying to make it make sense. Why are we doing that? Why don't we literally just understand what these world systems are? That's the one thing I love about Somewhere. Like, why don't we literally take it upon ourselves to understand how these systems work and then make these systems work for us? Either make these systems work for us or create our own.
That's where I'm going. That's why I'm making demands, the kind of demands. That's why I'm even engaging with the Nigerian this thing, because I know there's an election next year. The debate should be shifting towards this insecurity and transparency. Because once you have security and transparency, the reason why I value transparency is because if you have transparency, the people are more likely to engage positively with the government and trust that the government are not going to run away with their money. So, and my kind of transparency that I'm talking about here is real-time update of the citizens of the money in government accounts, so that because Nigerians, Africans don't trust their governments at all, and so that when the government, like a governor, pays money to anybody, we all get a ping. Because at this stage, there's no reason why the technology is already there. We have to discourage the ones that are there to make money for themselves coming into office.
I want somebody to really respond to this from Linda. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Tunisia.
Yeah. So we have to discourage people that are coming to office to come and steal money. And I don't see any reason why somebody should tell me, maybe I'm mistaken, why a governor should have access to people's money and people can't know what they are spending the money for. And they are taking bribes here and there. We should be able to see the accounts where they are paying the money into.
So Tunisia, the thing is, and I made this comment in the comment section, and then I'll address Linda.
That is new, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is I don't know. We're insane. Like, we keep doing insane things.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? Like, so there's always like everything you're talking about, there's going to be somebody that runs in that election that is going to say everything that you're saying, and then everybody's going to vote for them, and then
they're going to do quite the opposite.
Exactly.
I'm not sure Nigeria you can get away with that type of blatant.
What? They've done it over and over again.
No, Nigeria's the kind of thing they get away with is different. Nigeria's one is different. Maybe Nigerian politicians, you can't just say one thing outright and do the opposite. It's very difficult to get away with that. Except you trick them. You can trick Nigerians, but you can't do the opposite.
Tunisia, my comment was the infrastructure on the continent, right? Like the reason the US and UK and these places run the way that they do, it's not because the people are so great. It's because they built an infrastructure that works that way. And that's not there in Africa. It's just not. We have to be honest. And then I've said this on this show before too. We are also the only people that start over every freaking generation. It's like we get amnesia. We've got to build some continuity and some consistency amongst us. So when you're gone, all these ideas that you have, they get passed on and the history gets passed on. So that it just doesn't keep happening over and over and over again. And to address Linda, she's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. So we're trying to bargain with emotion, and all they care about is money.
They don't give a damn about our emotions.
They don't. Okay. And so we again, that's why I was making that comment about IT trying to move more towards socialism. So we just have to understand the system that we're in, and we can't be in that system acting or trying to be the total opposite of what that system is. Capitalism is all about capital. At one point, we were that capital. Like, they didn't care how we felt about that.
Period.
So we got to put ourselves in a position so we're not always the capital.
Greetings, everyone.
Blessings. I know that you guys have been holding on. I've got Power Yumbe. I've got Dor Fella. Is that you speaking?
Dorval, yeah, Dorval.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll come back to you, Power Yumbe. I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to basically. It's not. I heard the other lady made a comment that we hate ourselves. It's not that we hate ourselves. It's we don't respect each other. As the event we see that took place on the Oscars, Will Smith is younger than Chris Rock. No African community in Africa would allow a young man to disrespect the elder that way. Okay, so here we see that it's just a lack of respect that we have across the board for one another. I can hate you. I don't want to be around you if I hate you. But if I don't respect you, I want to be around you so I could disrespect you because I'm disrespectful. You know, also, every form of government that I heard the young lady just name off of are institutionally racist. All of them. You look at all of them. Marxism was created by a black man. They operated like capitalism. So it doesn't even follow the actual communist, setup. And you see who's in power, racist. You go to India, that's a racist. They have the lighter skinned Indians running the government. You go to Philippines, you have lighter skinned Philippines running the government. You go to Brazil, these are all majority places where the majority are melanated people, but all you see in government ruling is racist. That's the problem. Nellie Fuller said it. You can't say it. If the thing is white supremacy and racism. If you think you understand that, you are doing nothing but confusing yourself. If you're thinking you can understand it without understanding it, basically, he's saying. So everything else is confusing if you don't understand white supremacy and racism, because every form of government operates under that whole dictate period. So what we have to do, and that's our people been doing it for, our educators been saying that we need to educate ourselves. Our people spend too much time reading and pontificating, long discussions you need to read. We need to really read. That's how you start thinking differently. When you educate your mind can see different paths to go down, to attain. So until we really get a hold on it, well, and then some of us are just not going to do it. I get it. That some of us just ain't gonna read because I don't know. Well, I can say for myself. I'll speak for myself. I know that it took me because I'm in my mid-50s, so I'm an elder as well, and it took me about 4 years when the Father really woke me up, where I really started enjoying reading. Because up until then, it's like we are consumers. This is the problem with us. They have made us consumers. We are not communal like we're supposed to be. We thrive on consumption. And until we get back to the communal system, that my brother is my brother and we do keep one another, we're constantly going to have this back and forth bickering, constantly, and not getting anywhere, steady running in place. You're on a stationary bike. You think you're going somewhere and you're not going nowhere. And that's pretty much all I had to add. We just really need to start having our people to just, really start reading, and most of us need to stop. We're not reading and we're trying to sound educated and intelligent. And it's just a farce, and it's a bunch of self-glorification. And we really need to really start moving and start acting as such that we claim we're intelligent. We need to start moving and acting and actually showing that intelligence by doing stuff that are intelligent instead of just speaking it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my brother. Anybody want to respond to that? That was
I
that was
think
powerful, but
I think I think we say all kinds of things. Like he has said, we talk about a lot of things. In the end, we have to start acting on the ground. Thankfully, I'm also engaging with people on the ground, and I hope that this kind of movement starts building momentum, because it's going to need to build more to be able to actually break the back of some of these things, because what is going on out there is not funny. We talk all this stuff we're talking here, but there are people active on the ground, active everywhere, sabotaging this in our countries and our people. And we have if there are no groups out there looking to forestall these things, who is going to do it? If we have to somehow defend our societies. Is that not the topic here? If we cannot defend our communities, our homes, and our countries, we are in trouble here, because the pattern repeats itself over and over again. We see these type of failures, and we have to start profiling real solutions. I'm not interested in talking. This is why I asked the question earlier on. Is there any particular reason? Because I'm very, very serious about this, because I want to push it. Is there any particular reason why a governor's account, a minister's account, should be shrouded in secrecy that has nothing to do with security? Because if it is made public, I can assure you that they will think twice before they give anybody bribe. Because whenever they spend money, they send money out, then people will get an alert. And guess what? The fraud agency too will get an alert. I know that money has left the account, because that would be if they pass a law that the banks have to do this, that in Nigeria has to do this, that will make it hard for them to take any money out that is meant for any specific project or anything. The only chance they have for getting bribes is when they are bribing themselves to get contracts, or the companies to get contracts. And that money better not come through the government account, because if it does, they will get themselves in trouble too. So the point is, when the people's money gets into the government's account, we need a way to protect it. And the only way to protect it is to shine the light to it. And once that is done, trust will be restored. Because now everybody knows where the money is and what the money is being used for. They can't blame. You can't just start pointing fingers, because if before you're saying, "Oh, we'll give you 10 and this in £10," and within 2 days the £10 runs out, then you start blaming the leaders for doing that, thinking that they are corrupt. But what if there was some this thing, they were able to get the alerts and find out that, okay, they are actually spending the money for something. Next time they will donate 20 pounds.
I want to ask you something. I'm not sure who that is, but I want to ask you, Niger. Okay, so hey, I want to ask you something in reference to what the brother said prior to you. We didn't spend too much time on that. I wanted to see if anybody else wanted to respond on that. In reference to the money aspect of it, man, you're not going to be able to wrap your hand around that money or making things right about the money or the corruption around the money until we secure the consciousness. I don't know, the humanity or the self-respect or something, because it's bigger than the money itself. You're like Z said, and I agree with her. The next person that's gonna come in saying the right things is gonna come in and do the same thing. That's what's been happening. So learning from that, we could talk all day long, and I'm not really excited about people, the next person that's going to be elected or the next person that's going to come around and say they're going to do right by the people or they're going to make sure the money's being put where it needs to be put. These are the same stories we've been getting forever in all these spaces that we're talking about: Haiti, Africa, the Caribbeans, our leadership here in America that are African Americans or whatever. We're always getting this thing of, we're going to make sure that it's going to the right people, the people that needs it the most, blah blah blah, yada yada yada. None of that, because what people know what to say to get access, and once they get access, they do the complete opposite, and that goes back to a lack of self-respect. Now, the brother spoke about education. Do everybody agree that that is like the one thing that is lacking for us, the fact that people are not reading? That stood out for me. He talked about reading. Anybody want to speak on that? Power
Yes.
Yambe, I know I skipped over you. I'm gonna go to Amara, but I know Powell's been pretty quiet for a very long time. Powell, what do you think?
Yeah. Greeting to everyone in the panel and the comment.
Welcome.
Yeah. First of all, before I forget, I just wanted to address my brother Jude. Yeah, brother Jude, if you are listening to me, I want to thank you and to tell you that I really appreciate you. You yesterday proved to be a true brother, a true African. I was lost with emotions when I heard you speaking yesterday. I think that's the way forward. We are here to learn. No one is of known of everything, but at least we have to be humble and recognize when we are off the topic or we just trespass on our behavior. So, brother Jude, I really thank you. You are my brother, and just keep your head up, and whatever it comes, you have a brother here in this side.
Thank you, Parayombe. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Now, I thank you. I thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate even more, my brother.
I love this. I love it. Thank you, Powell.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I just want to reflect on to what the previous participants have said, and I think all of them touched a very important, made a good point, a valid contribution to our discussion tonight. But I tend to agree more with the Sister Z and the brother who spoke just before to Niger, and when he said about education. Yeah, for all of us who are of a certain vintage, I am in my early 50s. So I lived the later years of the 70s and the 80s, when we had in Africa true revolutionary leaders, when Africa was making good strides before they were replaced and the West forced upon us this socialist economic and social adjustment, as they say, structural adjustment, which basically mean neoliberalism or capitalism. That for me is where everything in Africa went into a pear shape. But I would just want to say something about what really went wrong with our in my reading. What went very wrong with the first generation of leaders. I think first they were slow in uniting us because they realized that no African country had a chance of surviving independence if not all Africa, not all, but most of Africa, especially the leading country, united under one political leadership. So I think was a big mistake, and it's going to be very hard for us, to undo that wrongdoing. Yeah, but yeah, so that's for the main reason. That today we have a vassal state and the leader who just follow the diktat of the West. But if you look at their achievement, the biggest achievement they did, and legacy they left was just look at the infrastructure and the political cohesiveness of Africans on that side. But they were not on the same pair with the people because I think because of colonialism and slavery, most of we were not most of people were not connected, with other with the political or the philosophical ideals, and we were also not connected with especially with the diaspora, where all these biggest idea African idea of political liberation came from. So in that regard, I think we contribute a lot for our demise today. And I always keep myself all these people that advocate capitalism to Africa, they just don't see that it doesn't work in a vassal state. And above all, we don't have capitalists. So how can you build capitalism without capitalists? No.
Do you think that socialism would work best in Africa, or are you saying that capitalism is what we have?
Of course, socialism, but it has to be our own form of socialism. Nyerere had a good experience in Tanzania, and if we emulate, then I saw a video recently of a professor, African American professor, who was there at Nyerere invitation, and he contributed a lot to formulating and shaping all Nyerere policies. And he said something that really struck a chord. He said, Nyerere loves his people, but his entourage, his friend, they hated the bourgeoisie, the elite. They hated the people. That's why they betrayed him. As soon as he left, they changed everything. And today we have what we have in Tanzania. Of course, Tanzania is doing well in regard to other African countries, but their economy is not in their hands, in the hand of the foreigners. So, and if you look at regular Tanzania, you ask him, and if you see his level of income and access to the public service, is left to be desired. It's really appalling, the result. So yeah, I think we have to be thinking out of the box, because we have seen that neoliberalism and capitalism, it doesn't work in Africa. And the same as for democracy, this form of Westminster democracy or liberal democracy is not for Africa as well. So we have to find our own path into world politics. especially if we want to have some significance into geopolitical neo geopolitical enquadrant. So I think that there's a lot that we have to discuss, and hope that we unlock and get some political leader with vision and courage, to change the fate of Africans.
Right.
Just one last thing I want to say about our brother and sister in the diaspora. Last week I was watching a documentary about Maya Angelou, and I was surprised. I didn't know that most of African American elite were living in Africa in the 1960s, 70s.
Yes.
I was surprised. They were all there in Africa, all of them. They're strong link with Africa. And for the first time, I was surprised. The first time that the UN General Assembly was abroad, our brothers and sisters in America, they invaded that all, and they were like beating up, the UN delegation when they killed Lumumba. I didn't know that. We in Africa, we don't know about it.
Yeah.
So our brothers, they were fighting for us, but we were in the dark.
And that's again goes back to what that brother said about a lack of education.
Exactly.
We don't have knowledge of what our forefathers did. We don't have knowledge of self because these things, of course, are not taught to us in schools.
No, they're not. And that should be compulsory in every classroom in Africa, even in America, because I believe that most of the new generation of African America, the Caribbean, they don't know about the link, the strong connection that was between African liberation movement and then African diaspora leaders. They don't know about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Hey, sis, can I say something? I just want to jump back on real quick because I love what this brother is saying.
Go ahead, and yes, Z, and then I'll come to you, Amara. Long time, my brother, and I believe Tanzan. Welcome. Okay, go ahead, Z.
Yeah, I love what this brother is saying because he's an elder like myself, and so I think I would love for some of the younger people to understand that too, because again, we have this disconnect, right? So I don't know how many of them know what this brother just mentioned. Like this whole thing with going back to Africa, it is so not new. We've had African Americans. W.B. Du Bois died in Ghana in 1961 after having lived there several years. So it's not new. So some of the issues are coming in with young diasporans going back to the continent with a capitalistic mindset, not understanding what I said before, and I stand on that. I think on the grassroots, like on the being level, how we be as a people, we thrive in situations where we're supporting each other, taking care of each other, helping each other. Like that's so natural to us. But I think what's happening now is that young people are going back and they have this capitalistic mindset, and then they go and they feel confused and unhappy with the continent. I think I heard you say, I don't know which show it was, you were talking about how we have to heal the root. And you're so right about that. So once the continent gets itself situated, whether it decides to go more down a socialism path, whatever it decides to do, when the continent remembers herself, then when we go back with these bleeding hearts that we have, right, the continent will then make more sense to us. We're just so confused, I think, as a people. Because we like I said, we start over every generation. We don't know who we are. We've been divided on purpose, like this brother said. And I know for a fact many Africans that are 50 years old, 40 years old. They don't even know that history. They don't even know, you know, a Nigerian may not even know, and he mentioned Patrice Lumumba, right? A Nigerian may not even know that. A Ghanaian may not even know about that, about what happened with Lumumba, what he was trying to do, right? So there's just all of this confusion amongst ourselves, and then we're scattered all over the place, and we're not really sure who we are and how we are, how we be at the soul level does not fit really with any of the systems that are ruling the world today. We had our own systems on the continent. We had kings and we had chiefs and we had ways of living that were really completely different to any of this stuff. And I'm not saying, because I'm not an advocate for that either, that we try to go all the way back and live in Africa like they did, 600 years ago. Like, that's ridiculous too. So I just wanted to hop back on and just say that I love what that brother was saying, because he's telling the truth about kind of what needs to happen. Not even what needs to happen, because no one person can figure out the ills of a whole continent. But he brought up some really good points about why things are not working. And those are the types of things we need to be looking at. I really think we need to get off of this them, us, black, white, like all that stuff. It's so much bigger than that. That plays into it, yes. It's a big factor, yes. But until you understand these world systems and how they work and where Africa fits into them and how Africa got into the shape that it did because of those world systems, then we're wasting a lot of time. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Z. Yeah, I agree 100%.
So do I. Thank you, sister, for backing me up. But yeah, it is what it is. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
Amara, oh, you've been with us. I haven't heard from you. Oh, my Sierra Leone brother, you have abandoned me. I'm happy that you're here with us today, Amara. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about. I've missed you profusely.
Yeah, well, I mean, going back and forth. I lost my dad recently.
I'm so sorry to hear that, my brother. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, so you know how Africa is. You got to go back home and situate situation.
Yes.
But now I'm happy where I'm at, because I'm going to be going back and forth every 3 months, and so in the next 2 months you might not see. I've been missing again.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'll show up again. And so anytime I'm back here, I'll show up, in your program.
I'm so happy to hear from you, and I'm sorry you lost your dad.
Yeah. Yeah, he lived a good life. He was 80 years old. I mean, he accomplished everything he should accomplish. So it's his time. Yes. Anyway, concerning this situation, the topic of us all black people not knowing the situation where we find ourselves, it's a good thing, because when I went back from my daddy's funeral, I had a discussion with my uncles and them, because we're in royalty, and I went back to the country, the village, and some of the lady earlier was talking about the way Africans lived 600 years ago. That's the way my uncle is living, and that's the way my family and the clan is living in the village, the way it was 600 years ago for centuries.
Now,
Never changed.
I have both Mende and Timne. Would that be my Mende side or my Timne side?
No, your energy is your Timne side.
Okay.
Yeah, we got too much energy. Too much.
Yeah, because those Timneys are fiery and they love to fight.
Oh, so. Timneys are aggressive. We are super aggressive. Our women don't take no mess.
Okay.
No mess.
That's my Timney side. Okay, so
yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, we're just sitting back there. The lady, I was just trying to point that out when the lady said it was 600 years. African villages, it is the way it was for centuries. Nothing has never changed but time. They preserve the history the way it is. In the cities, that's why where it's more European, a hybrid of African and European, or where most of this system, the capitalist system is, and the socialist system is. The village, they maintain the same system forever, and it's the same way it is.
You know what, brother? I agree with you, and I wasn't saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm saying as far as African Americans coming back and diasporans coming back, that's not going to work for them, right? Because we've come up with just a different mindset. So
it just depends on who the individual is. It all depends on who the individual is.
I promise you, it's hard for anybody that grew up in this system. Because I've been to the villages in Sierra Leone as well. So like it would be hard. It would be very, very hard for any one of us to go and live like that. Now, as far as the morals and the love of family and each other, yes, that would fit right in with us because we're that way here too. But in terms of like the infrastructure and stuff like that, it will be hard for an American to live like that.
Well, basically, I'm happy you brought that up, because that is the problem. Because the pressure of keeping up with bills and keeping up with a job and the system that was created. You see what I'm saying? The opposite of it is it's in a village where, one, you get your own land. You live off your land. You build your own houses out of mud. Or now they don't make it advanced, because that's what me and my uncle were talking about. Now you can add all other things that make it more stronger or look more modern. Nowadays it's a cooling system. It's a little what you call insulation by itself. Those people were living in insulated houses. Like you go to the main cities in Africa, they build the houses out of concrete and don't put no insulation in. Whilst the people in the village, they have natural insulation, against all that. But these are things that we have there at a disposal, but we turn our backs on. That's the same thing with living off the land. You grow your own food. The harvest time, okay? No pressure, no grocery store. Your own power. You make your own fire. And that is really backward, but when you take it in context, as opposed to what we have now, the pressures of this society, you got to work
brother,
we
can also bring it up a little bit too, though. Like I have a friend that's building self-sufficient homes in Sierra Leone right now.
There's self-sufficient homes over there. That's a technology I was talking about. I went to the conferences, the workshop. I don't put a lot of emphasis on that on our family land. But what I'm saying is the idea behind it.
I'm in complete agreement with you.
You see what I'm saying? If you leave America and go back to the big cities in Africa, it's the same thing. You might as well shouldn't have left, because you got to deal with high rent. You got to pay rent every month. You got a mortgage, or the same situation here. Your bills.
And but you know what, brother, this is the thing though. But we have to have these, like how you're doing. We have to have the conversations and be honest with each other and let each other know that. Because when I see people on YouTube talking about going back to Sierra Leone, I'm like, I hope they understand the house you buy in Freetown is the same, if not more, in money as living in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So like, we have to make sure
the only thing is in Sierra Leone, and the only thing is you don't have a mortgage. It's high upfront cost.
That's the other thing. In the States, you have a mortgage.
It's high upfront cost. For example, my cousin and I,
at a time.
We sold our houses, right? Because we moved our families over there. Now, the money you get from that, the equity you get from that, you see what I'm saying? We had family land, so land was not an issue. But actual structures of the house itself, you can put that money in there and replicate everything you had in America. You can buy your solar systems. Now that solar system's going for under $7,000. Full set, full service will power all your appliances. You know, and now the boys are so good in Sierra Leone. Now they can integrate the grid with the solar system. So you don't when the power goes off, there is protection for the appliances. So you know, because of the fluctuation of the surge, so it doesn't damage the appliances. Now they integrated together. That's a African idea. The boys played around with it till they figured it out, and now they're making money out of that. You see, so you can have your power system, have all that. You have your water system, that the filtration system that filters your water and reproduce distilled water, which you can use in a washer. You don't want to kill your washer and dryer. And you run it through your taps, and then you can have even the what's this company's name? You know, the thing you put in a faucet to give an extra extra filter. Yeah, extra filter. My wife bought that. You know, you got that on the kitchen sink, even in the room. So you know what I'm saying? It's just high upfront cost. But once you're done with that, you have no more bills.
But
you
what
see
the
what I'm
thing
saying?
is, though, the thing is, though, people have to explain that to the average African American. I saw somebody posted in the comments. They were like, well, I didn't know anything about Africa. I understand that there are some young people that don't know anything about Africa, but the Africans that are here in the States and the African Americans like myself that go back and forth, because Sierra Leone is my second home, right?
Okay.
We have to make sure that they understand, because you touched on something really important. You came here, you bought your house in the States, you took the equity out of your house in the States and built a home cash in Sierra Leone. Now, someone that never knew anything about Africa and learned about it on YouTube, they need to know that those steps. They need to. They don't need somebody telling them that. Oh, just same way Africans don't need anybody telling them, yeah, America's the land of milk and honey. Just go there and money's all over the streets are paved with gold. That's not
on the
true.
streets. You can pick them off the streets.
Africans really think that. And African Americans really think they can just go back to Africa with no money. That's not true.
No. It doesn't work like that.
Exactly.
No, you can go to the village without no money. They'll feed you. They give you housing. But you don't like that.
Yeah, but an African American is not going to sit there and go to an outhouse, use the bathroom.
Outhouse, and all that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But also African hospitality. If you know people like now, if people come in Sierra Leone, I can host them. I can talk to my wife and say somebody's coming in to see the country for the first time, but they don't want to spend too much. So spare room is there. You know, we can host you. You know, stuff like that they could do. They could open their homes to you, and you know, and then you look around and ask around questions, and all part of a study before you make that move, or you know, stuff like that. They can do that. That's the only problem is African Americans do not connect with the rights with continental Africans that go back and forth, because there are two types of continental Africans. There are continental Africans that are never going back. They're never going back. They stay in this country for the rest of their life. They'll go to visit, but they're never going back. Then you have people like us that got to go back, because if we don't go back, all the hard work of our people, my dad is gone. My uncle, the king, is in his 80s. His other brothers pushing 80s. If I sit around and all those people go, you know who gonna take care of all their hard work? Caretakers. That's what Africa does. People sit around in America, they say, oh, you don't care about America no more. Other people take over. So people are like, oh, we got to go over and do that. But if you connect with people like us that have an establishment over there, when you're going, even instead of staying in a hotel, you want to stay with families, you know, people that stayed in America that know your standards, you know, that have gone over there and built their own place, you know, that is comfortable to your standards. You can go, you can link up with them. That's the problem.
That's true, but let me tell you this. I'm gonna need you, and it's a couple of other people on YouTube. Sierra Leone is like, we got to keep that our own little secret. You can't be telling everybody.
Okay. That's true.
Let everybody go to Ghana.
You don't want nothing that goes on in these other places go over there, huh?
All right, so I see what's happening here. I don't know about y'all, but I got that Timney DNA.
Since
so,
you know you
I'm gonna go to Sierra Leone.
You could come, but I'm talking about like we can't just be telling everybody.
That's funny. Oh, okay. So
hey, you're not the only one. There's a cousin of mine. Mm-hmm. You know what he does? He'll go to Sierra Leone and they come back and don't say a word. They ask him where he goes. He say, I went to Florida. He does his business back and forth. I say, you like that.
Yeah, that might be a couple of reasons that he do it that way, though. Okay. Amira, I want to hear from you again tonight, but I want to make sure I give Tanzan an opportunity to say, hey, let us know what's on their mind, and then we could get in. I have, I think, one more clip to share. So go ahead, Tanzan. I'm sorry.
Oh, peace, everybody. Thank you.
Blessings, and welcome.
Thank you. First time, our sister Bijoux.
Oh, wow. You are welcome. Thank you. And where are you calling from? Where are you reaching out to us from? Where are you from?
I'm from Kenya, but I'm from Cali. I live in California.
Okay, Kenyan. Okay, love it. So tell me what you think about what we're talking about. What would you like to contribute?
Well, when it comes to this whole we're constantly at the bottom, I think looking at the other people, we can't say that individually that we are less, that we lack, the brains, the will, and, all of that. I think as people, we are just as smart and intelligent as other people. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I observe with the other races of people is that they have some sort of political or philosophical system behind their motivations, their actions. When you look at the colonial system, the British had this empire mentality, the Romans as well. The Americans have the manifest destiny. The Arabs have, the Arab superiority. The Chinese and the Russians, they have the communist thing. And the Americans also have the capitalist. So everybody is working off of a principle that they feel that they came up with. So, and for us Africans, we have only copied, or followed other people's systems, whether it comes to religion or politics. We're constantly following other people, when it comes to religion, we're African Christians, Muslims, whatever. When it comes to political systems, we're African socialist, African capitalist. There's nothing we have really produced as an African system. So that's maybe one of the reasons why it's difficult for us to move as a group, and that's why we're always falling as a group, because we don't have a unifying factor. If you ask somebody, let's say in the system, in the African system, why should you give up something? Why should you sacrifice, let's say, the benefits to your family and to yourself, for something like a greater good, the country or the people? That doesn't really make sense, nor is it enough motivation for somebody. Because if you talk about sacrifice, but if you're sacrificing for your country, that might mean that you're sacrificing your family. And if it comes between your family, say, and your country, I think most of us will put our families first or ourselves first. So we don't have that overarching reason to give ourselves up. We don't have an Arab or somebody or a Muslim will give themselves up for a higher purpose and say, I will give my life up or my riches up for something. We really don't have something that we can say we can give up that is solely, for ourselves. I'll pause at that.
No, but I agree with you 100%. You're right. We're always and we do a lot of that. A lot of that was done here tonight, where we've talked about the options that are out there as far as capitalism, socialism. What do you guys think about what she just said?
Capitalism, socialism is not.
I mean, the fact that we don't have our own, we have not created our own, or
I just suggested something that we can do, and people were like, "Oh, it's corruption." You have to. What I was suggesting was the most transparent system that you can that is more transparent than what they have in the West. That is beyond that. And the reason why I said that was because African country, this is Nigeria. Nigerian banking system is more advanced in terms of security than the UK banking system. The reason why, because we have to make it our own original solution. Because Nigerians were facing a lot of fraudulent cases in the 90s and the early 2000s. Now they evolved to have a more robust banking system to the point whereby Nigeria actually was the second country to create their own e-currency. Something that, we have to start pushing the boundaries and doing things. If we are going to practice a form of government, because for my own theory is that we should practice a more advanced form of democracy. If you want to practice a form of this in transparency, what they are doing here is a halfway house. We go all out and make it our own and do something different than what they are, as long as it suits us. Because what I see in Africa right now is that everybody talking about trust all the time. If you want to reach that gap of trust, you have to make a system that is 100% transparent. And if you have that transparent, and if you want to deal with democratic deficit and marginalization, so that no group accuses the other of taking controlling power constantly, you have to make the democratic system far more advanced than what they have here. That it takes every group's voice into account. That is the kind of system we want to be thinking about. That is not pegged to what they are doing here, but it may be more advanced than what they are doing here.
But Tunaja, what would be the motivation for, let's say, a government official to be accountable and, to show all that? It would be very easy, to show one thing and to take it as they have been doing. What would be the motivation to say, give something up instead of taking it for yourself?
The motivation is that they don't have a choice. If the choice is taken away from them and is forced upon them, you have to deny them space. If the argument, because you know how the Western community and the right wing complains about how the liberal media has taken over the conversation. That's what you need to do. If you take over the conversation and say, you know what, there is no reason why. Tell me one reason why governance account we shouldn't know what is going on in there. If you win the argument that they should make that stuff transparent, what that will mean is that they can't bribe somebody without you knowing, which means it discourages them from doing it.
I think the enforcement is the problem, because from the individual, to the person at the top, everybody has the interest, to take it for themselves. So who is going to enforce not taking from the pot?
If the law enforcement, because remember, when the pings are received, let's say you send money to this contractor, the ping will be sent to your phone. The fraud agency will receive the same ping. If they don't act, the people will act. You see what I mean? There is no second guessing. Everybody will see what is happening.
Can I say something to Niger? Can I say something to Niger? These contracts, the number one problem is these contracts, the way they're signed. For example, the Chinese guy comes in. He is a contractor. He comes in with his own bank. And then the minister or whoever, the governor or whoever, approves his contract. You know how these things are how the contract is structured? This is how it's structured. First of all, when the contractor has his own budget, you see what I'm saying? Which is a streamed down budget. Then the minister will tell, well, this is what they do, they inflate it. They inflate all the building materials, the labor, everything is inflated, right? But they know their real cost. They run two books, right?
Yeah.
So when they go ask the bank for money, say a project is like $50 million. But when the contractor draws his own budget, they say the running cost of labor and everything is like $40 million. You know what they're making the $10 million for from the bank? That goes to the minister. You see what I'm saying? Now, who do the minister choose? Why are the Europeans and the Chinese more successful at signing contracts than Africans? Because the first thing, no. This is a true story. The first thing they make sure is all these Europeans and Chinese have a Swiss bank account. Now, the country of Switzerland do not disclose financial information with nobody around the world. They're independent or they're neutral. The Cayman Islands had this, is the same thing. Now, if you have that account over there, you borrow money from your bank, the minister has an account over there which the Swiss authorities are not going to reveal, it's deposited there. You see what I'm saying? Now, if an investigator comes in and tries to know where the extra money went, they are not going to know because the Swiss authorities are not going to cooperate. They never cooperate. That's why Switzerland is one of the biggest financial centers in the world. Ill-gotten gains are there. So that's why the Chinese, with the Africans, when we go in to sign a contract, we're all about transparency and accountability, So that's why we are in the back. The Europeans, he makes sure when he does his the bidding war for contracts, he'll open the bidding to include everybody. But within themselves, they don't earmark who are their favorites. They don't pick favorites before the bidding process even started. Okay. You see what I'm saying? That is the problem.
I think at the source of the top of the problem, the heap of the problem, one is staff payment. That government don't pay staff. When they receive the money, they use it to bribe some of the officials and they don't pay the other staffs. That will cease. Then secondly, if you want to deal with the kind of issues that you addressed just now, I think it's not even about the account in the Swiss bank. It is how the projects are awarded. If you allow the officials to decide who gets the project, then they can tell the winners of the contract to inflate their prices so that they can be able to get their kickbacks from there. So that is something that you can get to later on. But first, you need to get the actual government account to be transparent, because some of the stuff that is hitting the people, when they put money inside the account, they don't know where the money is going to. We know that all these projects that are done in government, most of them have high markups, Pentagon and everywhere they have all this stuff. This is almost universal all over the world. But the important thing is where most of the money is going to is that some of the money is not even used to do anything. They just take it and put it in their own account, give their friends, bribe this one, bribe that one.
Oh,
that cease. And once you deal with that first one, what is going to happen is that the people now have power to say, you know what, if we want to pay for our healthcare, we'll put our money in here. It's going to go to the doctors. It's going to go to buy this. It's going to go to buy that. And then the next step will start going into deciding which companies and what kind of bodies you want to award projects to. Because you cannot just award projects to any and any person. And if you look at the list of bidders, the ones that are bidding the most competent price, and that's the most reduced price for good service, those are the ones the people should be opting for. Because if they see that the government official decide that, okay, you're going to go for this very expensive one, but not very good, then all hell will break loose for that. Because they will see the money going out. The money, nobody cares about Swiss accounts. The money is going to be going out from a Nigerian account, either the CBN or a bank that the government decides to use. If you want to pay for soldiers, you can pay for soldiers directly. Let me give you another example that the power of this stuff. Because when I ask Nigerians that Nigerians spend a lot of money every day, every Sunday they go to church, they pay tithe, they pay offerings. Every weekend they go to parties. Every all of them spend money putting iron bars and iron on their doors, windows, and gates everywhere. If you tell them, you know what, instead of spending all that money and you're still getting kidnapped, maybe you should spend it on giving the government 2,000 naira every month, which is less than £10, to hire 300,000 soldiers to go and clean out all these people causing all these problems. If you tell them that, and they know the money is going to go straight from their purse into an account to pay the soldiers, they are more likely to listen to you. And these problems, these type of solutions are not the kind of solutions that we've seen around the world. These are new solutions that are made possible by currently existing technologies. And if you look at what technologies do, it can reduce corruption. That's why you see people using CCTVs. That's why you see GPS trackers in cars. That's why you don't see people stealing cars anymore. You don't see people misbehaving all over the place, because the crime now has not gone online. Because if you do it on the streets, they will see you and they'll come and arrest you. Didn't you? I don't know whether anybody followed the London riot that happened in London. After that riot happened, police were just going to people's houses to go and arrest them, because their photographs are everywhere. Some of them, the parents are bringing their children, come on, bringing their children to the police station, because technology has made it impossible for them to get away with it. That is what you want to use. If the technology is already there, there is no reason why all this thing should be done in the dark. We should decide that this system should be transparent, since we don't trust our leaders.
Okay, let me ask a question. The governor.
Okay, after you.
Okay, the governors. Okay, who do they have like an ombudsman or like an anti-corruption agency that checks their accounts, example, government accounts, and the withdrawals? Because, like, for example, in Sierra Leone, they had that problem. Too many accounts. The regional guys had all the accounts, different accounts. So what the president of Sierra Leone did was put it on the one big account. And then they monitor every going and comings of every check that goes in and for what it is for. Maybe Nigeria is a big country, it's too big. But still, you can have few accounts instead of multiple accounts, because that's what it is. For accountability, you can't chase too many guys. But if you have limited accounts, you can't scrutinize. That's what they did in Sierra Leone. And a lot of people in civil service, in the regional place, they are complaining because now the spotlight is if you write a check for whatever budget, they know exactly who signed it, who signed whose signatures are on there, and what proposal it went for. So everybody's kind of hesitant because they're going to come back and scrutinize them. Less accounts.
Exactly.
Less government accounts. That's the problem. Let's go. It's tight over there in Sierra Leone right now, man.
Nigeria can't tell you anything about accountability, maybe about corruption.
No, I'm saying that because it's still the government controlling it. Remember, when you are saying that, this stuff, what I'm talking about is the people should have a right to see the transactions going on in their accounts, other than security and highly sensitive transaction.
The people are also very corrupt. It's not just the government. The government and the people are very corrupt. I think it has to be a change. What? I'm sorry?
No, I said, boom, that's it. The people and the government, the people in the government and the people that we're talking about is not in the government. They're one of the same. We're raising people.
That's true.
Go ahead.
I think we shouldn't see it like that, because that's like saying there's no hope.
Not too nice. Go ahead, sis.
So, go ahead. Okay. I came out hard, but in all good spirit. But what I'm saying is that we can't just say, the government needs to do this, because this is a systemic problem within everybody. Like I said, it goes from the watchman to the president. It's everybody in between. If that is a system of how things are going to run, that's how things are going to run. So let us look at one country that, combated this very seriously, and that is Tanzania. It goes from the leader to the people, and it takes a very strong, and that's why sometimes we need soft dictatorships, not, the military hard-edged one, but we need, a person with a vision who is going to say, this is what we're working towards, and this is what is going to be. And Magufuli was somebody who not just talked the talk, but he walked and went everywhere that he went, and he would just pop in and he practiced it. He showed his accounts. He was not, lavish with his lifestyle. He didn't have, foreign accounts and this, and he lived amongst the people, and he required that of the people. So he really cleaned up Tanzania's civil system, and he demanded that of everybody. When people used to have those lunches and sit down, no, he said peanuts and water for every government meeting and lunch. So this is something that it has to be, enforced from the top, and it has to be, practiced from the bottom. So it is a mentality. We have to have some greater vision than ourselves, where if you give up something, because in government it's very easy to steal money. Even if you put the perfect system in place, the people who put that system know exactly how to get around it. No system is going to be perfect that nobody's going to know how to, get around it. So it's more the mentality. If somebody feels like, firstly, that you can't do it, if you do it, there will be consequences. And if somebody else does it, you have to report it to somebody. So everybody is keeping track of themselves and of each other and of the person at the top and at the bottom. So it can be done. It just takes, you know, a very strong vision from the top and followed through to the bottom.
Personally,
that's a
there's a
great
lot of
point.
problem. There's a lot of problems with the Magufuli
I
analogy.
echo everything she just
Yeah,
said.
echo it 1,000 times all you want. The problem is, the problem with that is that after he left, there's no system in place. Systems are very important. It should be dispassionate and not care about who is there. The point is, the system will make people accountable, because even if there is nobody on the wheels, it will still function. We've seen countries that when the governments have been paralyzed for almost a year in Europe, and the economy is growing and doing well, because the systems have been put in place. It's not based on trust. It's
And he
dispassionate, and
established
it makes everybody accountable.
And that system is established and followed. He did not fully like come in and establish. Nyerere really did that. So it is the leadership that's important. So Tanzania has had a system of far less corruption, I would say, than most African countries. It's not perfect, but from time to time, yes, it takes somebody like Magufuli to come in and re-implement the systems that the country was founded upon. So those systems are there, and I can't say that Tanzania went back, you know, to being, you know, just corrupt. I say it's still on its way to being there. So even though the man himself is not there, I would say that his legacy continues. And Magufuli was not one of those, you know, charismatic personality cult types that you know that you everything depends on him. You know, he was he left, and unfortunately before his term was over, but he left Tanzania in a far better state than it was. So yeah, I agree, it shouldn't be about just the leader, but the leader does set the tone for the country and, you know, for the future.
Yeah, my sister, I don't know if you remember, but you forgot to mention one thing very important about Magufuli. What he did when he came to power, he restricted any foreign visitor.
Oh, that's a good one. Absolutely. Continue.
So yeah, we as African, we have to realize with it, our governments, all of them, they are under pressure and under control of the capitalist class in the world. So there is no system that we can implement in Africa that will work unless we revert back to our own system of value, African values. So otherwise, even if you come with all these systems that Tunaj is suggesting, it will never work, because what you will be building is some sort of what is called surveillance society, which is against African values. Yeah, that's just my opinion for now.
What do you mean by against African values? Please explain.
Yeah, Sister Gina, there's one thing about us African. We are free-spirited people. The moment you start implementing systems that, you know, every single step of your life has to be accounted for, you are basically what is the word for that? It's like you are putting into bondage. You know, that's the problem with the Western system.
But this
one
freedom that we have, is this not also this system that we have now, is this not also bondage and poverty?
It is, of course it is, but it's not African system. So what I think, I might be wrong, but what I think Tunaj is suggesting is to double down on the system, which I think, in my view, it will make it worse. Because as our sister said, these people who implement this system, they always know way around it. But if let's say we result into our communal African values, we know, like, in like if you go to Africa village, if you do some bad deed, you will be accountable for all village. What I mean, like we have this system of stigmatization. Yeah. You basically, if you do something that is against the interest of the village, yourself you won't be free to live in that village. What most happen is like you leave the village, go to another village, and when you go to another village, people will try to find out why did you leave that village. What's your problem? And then when they found out that you raped or you stole for someone, you will be kicked out of the village again. So you will be basically run away.
So ostracized.
Ostracized, that's the word. Yeah, thank you.
Exiled.
Yeah.
See, the issue I have with that is that the so-called African way of life, it was a way of life invented by our innovative ancestors for their time. And when we freeze ourselves at that time, we are mistaking the fact that they actually didn't freeze. They innovated and got out of the caves and whatever challenges they had and overcame it for their time. We are in a different era and a different time now. Africans are seeing themselves differently. Tribes that are thousands of miles away can encounter each other now. You have to react to it now. Hence why if you go for a dictatorship, you are going to have a tribal issue on the continent. Except you want to wipe out all the tribes like the way, a kind of semi-way that Kagame has done it, or go full hog into communists, a kind of different kind of proto-communist system. That the only other way to go about this is to have everybody, Gina used to say that when people, are treated badly, we talked about it, how that is even a security risk. And if you treat your people, if you bring everybody into the system, everybody, their voice is heard, you have to create a more advanced system to do that. A dictatorship will not do that. It's going to still create ostracized people, and then we'll still be vulnerable.
Once again,
Tanzania wins the game, because for them, I can say they're the only country in Africa that has transcended tribalism. With 120 countries, they were really able to focus on let's build the country and not the tribe. And they really downplayed the tribes without, saying the tribes are not important. So it can be done. And with 120 tribes, that's at a big country. I think Tanzania has showed us two lessons, that we can learn. And I'm not saying like a benevolent dictatorship, not one that's heavy-handed, just one that's forceful and strong enough with a vision.
Let me add something else. Let me add something else. Because when we talk about, most of what we're talking about is the big cities and the small towns. Okay? When you talk about big cities, small towns, and villages, there are three different sets of Africans, three different sets of dynamics. You see what I'm saying? Mostly where we fail is the big cities. The big cities, the government has failed us, But in the small towns and villages, there's a lot of tribalism. Let's be truthful. Most of the big city people are the ones that run the show, and they tend to have their point of view as the view that everybody else should follow. That's the problem, because, for example, 24-hour electricity, more opportunities for everybody, regardless of wherever you come from, tribe you come from, in the big cities. More jobs, higher pay, and all that. All those right there are big city issues. And that's where the governments have really failed. But when you go to the small towns, they're on another tier. Their aspirations are not that high. Their expectations are not that high. The same thing in the village. So we have to be specific, because most people, like in this panel, us all Africans have degrees out here and come from big city areas, and that's where our governments are really failed us. Let's be specific.
Oh, I agree. But this one thing that I advocate for Africa. I think we should demolish most of these big cities, because if you look at the history of the cities,
What did you just
yeah,
say?
we have to
Oh my
demolish
God,
them.
man.
Demolish?
Yes,
What?
of course.
This
Yeah,
is going
yeah.
into the nether realms now.
Now, please,
Okay. Well, I want you
please,
to give
please,
us the reason why
please.
you think the big cities should be
Yeah,
demolished. This is interesting.
right. Okay, I will explain how these the big cities in the world came into being, because of industrialization. People left the farms to come to city when outside the West and even the East start to industrialize, which is not the case in Africa. And now we are even going to the third uh, industrial revolution, which is IT, which you don't need any cities. Today we have all these IT. They are working all over the world in the beaches. They have the laptops sitting down in Hong Kong or even Zanzibar, working for this big corporation. So why do you need the big cities for? And if you look at African cities, most of people who are living in the cities now, they come from the village to the farm to be beggars, or just doing this, living a low life way in the cities. They don't have regular jobs. They live in informal economy. Why we did that for? So the city in Africa is not serving its purpose, which is to to house people who come to work in industry. So why do you want to keep those cities? If where the crime is, the prostitution, all the prostitution is located. Why do you need those big cities? Like I say, my country, we have over now 80 million people living in a capital city, Luanda, and two-thirds of them have no jobs, living in formal economy. Tell me, why do you need that city for? And that city was built to traffic slaves, for slave trade. So tell me, what is the reason of keeping that city, which is keep on expanding? And the statistics, like in 20 years, it will double the population. We have across the border, Kinshasa, the same thing. 11 million people living a very low life. Why do you need it for? We need to industrialize Africa, but we have to embrace the new this third industrial revolution, which it doesn't require cities or big cities in this Western way. That's why I believe that most of the cities in Africa has to be demolished. We don't need that. We don't have industry to sustain those cities. We don't have revenue to sustain those cities. Now, when you look at the infrastructure, schools, hospitals, bridges, highways, do we have the money to upgrade or even run those cities? No, we don't have that. We have to be realistic. It's not like about trying to emulate the West when we don't have, the basis to do that. We have to live according to our own reality.
You see, the thing about demolition cities, I can't even start this in the process of, telling you all the bad things that could happen when you do that. But first of all, there's a reason why people gravitate towards cities, so they can create things more efficiently. If you move things, disperse all these people, they will use more energy, more time to create the same things, which defeats the whole purpose. While you are busy trying to make something, other people will be running 10 times ahead of you. So if you are saying we should build a future city when our technology is not even there yet, then you are expecting the one that hasn't even started running to fly. So we have to cut our code according to our side, where we are right now, the realities we have, and we have a lot. Actually, we have a lot going for us. We start from what we already have. Some of the technologies we have today is far more advanced than what they had in 1945 when they developed their nuclear technology and all the rest of it. So we should be able to work our way out of this. We just have to be conscious about it. Some of all this is where you say we should go and learn, we should go and read. No, that's not what we need. That's why somebody said we kept passing this thing to the next generation. Because every time we say, let's go and read, that's how it solves the problem. No, we have the people now. You just need to change our mindset. We have almost 1 billion people, more than 1 billion people on that continent. None of them are really doing anything productive, purposeful to free us from all this mess that we are in. We have people that can defend our countries. We have people that can develop technologies. We have people that can build our communities, but they are not being marshaled to do those things. Even the so-called best one that everybody likes to praise, Kagame, hasn't done that much. By my standard, he should be doing a lot more because he has a lot of people there. But even him, if you look at his country, he's still like a summer camp. These people are not running our countries as if they are looking to free us from the bondage that we were in before. That's not how they are running it. And that is at the crux of the problem. All this one we are going beating around the bush. The only way you can get around it is to actually go through it. Because this problem, first you have to tackle the trust deficit. Because if that trust deficit remains, then you're going to see the yawning gap where you have, us to go on strike. This one goes on strike and people just keep pointing fingers. No, they are all messing up. We are all wrecking our countries when we should do our due diligence. If we have to suffer through it to heal it. I am tired of hearing people saying, I can't believe I'm talking about government account being made transparent. And people were like, no, that's not worth it. Let's go and do something else. Something else what? That is better than that. I don't see it. The only one that can, because you have to start gradually. I have seen trends change. When you make things transparent, things change. You discourage people because when they see that the government account is completely, everybody's eye is on it. Anybody that wants to steal knows that if somebody's watching them, they don't want to do it then. They will move away to somewhere else. The crime will shift somewhere else. And at least that will give space for teachers and all the other people to be getting their salaries regularly paid because government is releasing its money. Let me give you one example that happened in Nigeria. Government released money to give to the local government. The state governments will hold on to the money, bribe somebody there, and not release the money. And this is open. And Buhari said they should deal with it. The governors intimidated him. And people didn't come out on the street to protest. That's how crazy the system is. You have to, if you have to tell them that, you know what, if we do this, now everybody will know where the money is going. If it goes the wrong way, the person you elected has to account for why.
And Buhari doesn't have power to punish those people?
He doesn't. He doesn't. Because they're governors. You see, the governors are like a cabal. They have so much power. I'm telling you, man, Nigerian president, people think they are super powerful. No, they are not as powerful as people think. You can't do anything. And that bothers me too. Because I feel like, how are you not able, even the courts are not able to do anything? And then the people sit down at home and let that ride. Some of the things that should drive them crazy, they don't come out.
But how are they so powerful? And they appointed by him?
No, he doesn't appoint the governors. The governors are elected.
Oh, wow.
They're elected. So they have their own power. They run their own states the way they see fit. So when he gives them the money, they will take the money and they don't pass it on to them. And the people know. This is what drives me crazy. They go.
I told you it's the people.
That's true. The women, that's why I'm saying you have to change their mindset. You have to own the space. By owning the space, you mean you have to change their mind. What is happening there is that the women went the other day to go and protest in the house of legislative house that they want the women's right. But these same women are not protesting for their children being on strike. They are not going to school. They are not protesting that they gave money to local government and the local government is not getting the money. Or some very, very serious, egregious violations Nigerians should just sit at home as if they don't care. It's really, really strange.
Well, to me, the most egregious one is all the killings that are happening in the north. I mean, that should be the #1 priority. That's why I was saying that why not arm or train, the citizens to prepare for something like that if it's happening with such regularity.
Because the women are not coming out. It tells you that when these people come out, they are being funded to go and protest and do all these things. Because when they are supposed to come out, they don't come out. It's when they come to, how can you have the energy to go and protest for women's rights, something that is almost like abstract, but people are dying and getting kidnapped. You don't show up on the street to say, you know what, we need you to build our military, we need you to defend our home.
Yeah,
and these same people go out on the street every day, and they will put iron bars on their doors, iron bars on their windows, their gates. If you look at their building, Nigerian buildings, it's like Fort Knox. Then they go inside estates. They live inside estates too. Guess how much they pay for each property in that estate? 10,000 naira. Like one of the ones I had to pay recently is about 7,000 something.
Like $10.
Yeah, so $10. But if you tell them to pay that to the federal government right now to recruit soldiers to keep the country safe, they'll say they are very poor. They cannot do it. It's impossible.
That's a typical African problem, though. Yeah. Africans, we are like that.
That needs to change. We have to challenge them.
When there's a road
that this needs to change.
When there's a road to fix, and some people come in there and volunteer to fix the road, you know what the neighbors are going to say? Why are you spending your own money? The government got the money to do it. Wow. Fix your own place, and living like that. That's a typical African problem. When you do anything big, you look at, they look at you like stupid. You're doing things the white man way. Nobody does that. It's the white man way. The government got it. People keep their monies in their pocket, and things go bad because the government. They know the government got the money. Wherever they put it at, or whoever took it, need to own up and fix. That's the problem.
A new class of Africans is going to have to recolonize the old group of Africans.
No, but
I don't know how.
Even electricity, pay for electricity, pay for water, you know what these guys will do? But Africans, we have a problem. We'll talk to somebody and say, okay, my bill is $50. And then they say, okay, we're cutting off your electricity. And then they'll say, okay, you know what it is? Don't cut it off. Just make some paperwork. I'll give you $10 right now.
Exactly. It's so annoying when they do those silly things and you tell them to pay their regular bills. How do you expect the state to be fine? Somebody needs to tell them blatantly the truth that you have to pay for these things.
We don't believe in paying our bills. Paying bills is for white people.
And the sad thing is that you know how you can convince them? You know how you can convince them to pay for it? Because they are already spending the money. They're already spending this money. They spend money on generator. They spend money on all these stupid security measures that they keep putting in place, but they won't spend it on their country. They are already spending in money. That's how you will convince them. If you tell them, you know what, this money, you're already spending it. All I'm telling you now is put it in our hands so that we do it better for you. Yeah, but because they're already spending it.
Everybody's all showing
going to put money in the hands of a thief.
You're not going to put in the hands of a thief. You put in an account. You put in an account. That's the whole point. That's why I was saying that you have to have it to be transparent, because this is what the Africans complain about. They don't trust the government to pay money to the government. You put it in an account that everybody can see. They give you the list of staff that you are paying to. They give you their pay grade, and you pay straight from the bank. It doesn't come in the minister's hands.
To Niger, what if the minister is building a nice house and you give him the money to his department, and you just see this guy building nice houses?
I don't care. If I was one doing it, this one is very simple.
You don't give him your money.
You're not giving him your money. You're putting the money in the government account.
The government account for a government thief to go get it.
Oh, if it's in the bank. See, if the money is in the bank, and the bank knows that they are not meant to pay the money to the minister, all the minister does is provide a list of people that they need to pay the money to and their pay grade, and the bank will do the rest. If the bank knows that nobody is supposed to get the money basically belongs to the bank. The bank can take the money from all the accounts in Nigeria. Nigeria has 70-something million accounts.
That's the problem. They need to cut back.
See, Nigerian government is already capable of doing that. They already take money from people's accounts. So all you have to do now is take 2,000 every month from each account, put it into the account that you're going to use to pay for a special security force fund or a special health fund. If you do that, how do the politicians steal the money? You tell me.
But see, most of those ministers, you see them with
Let's be clear. I don't like the noise. Let's think critically here. How do they steal the money?
Very easily to Nigeria.
Tell me.
Look, if we want to look, for me, I always look at practical examples. And the practical example of asking everybody to contribute to the general fund, for me, has been Ethiopia. Ethiopia and the building of the Gad Dam. They asked every single Ethiopian to give up a certain amount of their pay. Even diaspora Ethiopians, they kept giving, so that at the end of it, everybody was saying, this is my dam. This is something that I contributed to making. So
how did it go?
How did they do it? That's why now
how did it go?
It went very well.
Exactly.
Very well.
Because this is exactly what I'm saying. If you give people ownership, they will do it.
Yes, absolutely. And that is why we talk about our failures, but we also need to look at, our successes, practical successes. In the military, we can look at Eritrea arming its young citizens for 2 years. That's not allowed to ask, young people, especially the ones who are unemployed and jobless right now. They could do with a few years of discipline and training in the military. Ethiopia, they have asked their own people to contribute, and you give people that sense of pride, of national pride. And I think that's what I was talking about earlier, that we should give some people something more than just their selfish and personal interest to sacrifice. If you go, what are you sacrificing for? The Nigerian government, you're going to give up your money and be the only good person in a system of corruption. You're going to give up your money and somebody else is going to eat it. So until the people, the leadership, the people, it's a partnership. It's not like one person says this, because if the leader wants to be good and the people want to be corrupt, it's not going to work. It has to be both working together. So for me, that national responsibility and personal responsibility, I look to Ethiopia for that, because they instilled that love and patriotism for their country in their own fellow citizens. So how they did that, that's a lesson for us to learn.
Can I say something?
I want to say something. I want to say something right now. Did we just recognize how awesome this sister is? Can we just?
Oh, me? Thank you so much, sister. Thank you. You're so lovely.
I want to say, man, you brothers are so lucky to have Black women in your life.
Man, you're making
Most definitely.
Tear up and all kinds.
Black women are the best thing since sliced bread.
Okay. That's too much now. All right.
Can I want to.
Okay, so that is amazing. We have Wendy, we have Sori. Let's give them an opportunity to chime in. Someone somewhere came back in. Wendy, my sister, you asked to come in. You are in. Tell me what you think about what we were talking about today.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. It's, I'm sorry, I just kind of got on, but I was listening to Tunaja. Tunaja, I get you on everything, and it's just every time I enjoy it, and everybody else too. I was just thinking about something that's really kind of unfortunate, and I wanted to share it with you, and that's like the news right now that's coming out of Congo. And I know that I have been here before, and I have been talking about how the president was really trying to do good things, but it's really interesting that the sister just said, if you have a good government or a good president, but the people are corrupt, it's going to be a problem. And that is essentially what hey Amina that is essentially what is happening in the Congo, where you've got people who, you're surrounded by, the president is picking out people. He's tried to recruit people to come in. They come in and start doing the same thing that the previous people did. Now they're like, it's my turn. So they're taking the money, and there are people who are actually, the Constitution says 2 terms in office. The previous president was there for like 16, 17 years. The terms of office are 5 years. Okay. So he did more. Okay. And Michelle, you are right. The Congo, millions of people are dying. Congo has to be its own show. But what I'm saying is that when you have these, what's that?
What is going on in the okay, I'm gonna talk about that.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. So I keep telling my husband, I'm like, if they just need to really be able to communicate it to like the English speaking audience, not just to Congolese people. And
we're gonna put some time into that, Wendy. I'm gonna ask for you to be a part of that. And anybody that knows anybody in the Congo, if you're in the Congo and you're listening, please join us when we talk about this next weekend.
Yeah,
I'm from the Congo.
It's really sad, but it's largely about the riches of the Congo. Yeah. So, so there are new incursions of people coming in. The Ugandan government has sent some of their troops to help in the eastern part of Congo, because that's where a lot of the genocide is going on. It's right over there across the border from Rwanda and everything. And there are these people who are like, anyway, it's just too much. But what I'm saying is that even though you have people who are, the previous president was not Congolese. Okay. He was not Congolese.
Wow.
He basically sold the country to Rwanda. He handed it over. The entire army, a lot of the top posts in the government were not in Congolese hands, or at least people who were Congolese and nationalists, right? So what happened was this complete looting. When the new guy came, they were upset. They thought they were going to be able to get him gone, but he was too strategic for that. So now they're just like kind of holding on, and they're like, well, the next time there's an election, we're going to have our president run again, which is, do the math. 17 years, 2 terms, and now there's a constitutional limit of 2 terms. How are you going to have him come back and do it again?
I mean, when you say he was in Congolese, where was he from?
He's from Rwanda.
So I mean, is he African or not?
He is African, but he is Rwandan.
Right. So I mean, what makes him not capable of being a president? I mean, so I'm just confused. Like,
so do you? So
well, let her get to what she's getting to. What I think she's saying, Jude.
I know, but this is what is happening across all Africans, right?
Well,
even in Cameroon.
Well, Jude, you have a question.
You got to let her answer.
You have to have people who have an. You can't have, for instance, you can't expect a president of the United States who really is not. Has no ties to the United States, except that maybe he's
but that's divide and rule in Africa. If he's probably from Africa,
let me finish. You can't have someone who has no interest in the good of the country be president of the country and expect that that's going to get something. You're going to get something good out of it. What happened was he was the most corrupt, and he got the people around him who were the most corrupt, and the country regressed instead of progressed, and that's just the truth. Now you can blame it. Before him there was Mobutu. They say that Mobutu wasn't Congolese either, but Mobutu was not as bad as this guy because he wasn't handled. There were people who were being sanctioned by the United States for stuff they were doing in the Congo, and the Congo wasn't sanctioning them themselves.
Wow.
They were friends. There's a Jewish guy, an Israeli guy who was friends with Kabila, the previous president, who they essentially gave him a mine for like close to nothing. It was such a bad deal for the Congo that the United States sanctioned that guy, but the Congo did not. This is what I'm saying. You have to really go. The Congo is a unique situation because there's so much going on that so many people don't know. And the reason why people don't know is because there's so much there. So there are like private airstrips in the eastern part of the Congo that they're coming in and nobody knows. These multinational corporations, they're getting their coltan and they're flying back out. They're not paying any taxes. Wow. They're not paying anything to the government. They don't have permission to be there.
And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier, Wendy, when I say that they just go into these poor countries and they just take what they want for free. But then when we're going over there, they treat us like they receive nothing. From
exactly.
Where we're
from. And Africa is the only place, Africa and maybe the African American community here in the United States, the only places where you can go poor as a church mouse and come out rich.
Okay. Trust me, they do a little bit of that in Haiti too.
Yeah, do that. We do that in the United States. We allow people, like everybody, Asian people, Middle Eastern people, they'll set up a store in a minute. They will set it up in a Black community. And they will make it work. because we will go to their stores. We will go to their Chinese restaurants. We will go to the, hair supply places. We will go to everything they open. But honey, you try to get a Black person to open a soul food joint or something like that in Chinatown. Think about it.
It ain't gonna happen.
It's not happening.
Can I say something?
The Congo is so bad. Let me just make this one last point, but just to give you an idea of how bad the Congo is. And this, I think it has in common with Sierra Leone, which is also exceedingly rich, right? You have people who went as United Nations peacekeepers, right? Who went to Sierra Leone, and then when it finished in the war finished in Sierra Leone, the peacekeepers went home, got their families, and brought them back to Sierra Leone. We have people leaving the Congo there was a big bus full of UN peacekeepers. They call it MONUSCO in the Congo. They were leaving the Congo to go to Kigali, Rwanda, and they were in their bus. Their bus had an accident. It fell over on its side, on the side of it, just like it wasn't on its wheels anymore. It was on the side, and secret compartments were opened up, and they had tons of
I remember that
in the bottom of So this is what's going on. And if you have people who
sorry, they had tons of what?
Coltan.
Oh, wow.
Which is the material they need to make laptops, which is
cell phones,
electric cars, cell phones, all of this. So all these corporations are involved in it. And if you don't have somebody who loves Congo, who is tied to the Congo somehow, some way, you're not going to have somebody who's going to protect Congo. You're going to have somebody who literally sat in the seat, the highest seat in the land, and just open the door for certain people to come in and loot and do what they want. And that's just the truth, Jude. I mean, I don't know what you might say that the two things are not related, but that's what happened.
At least can I say something?
But what I'm saying is but just let me just finish. I just want to land because you're talking about how Tunaja was talking about ongoing problems. So what we have now is that people who see the current president struggle to get stuff done, like he sends money out and says, build the road, build the building, build the school, and he sends it out to people and are doing it, right? And then he goes and they're like, and nothing is moving. And so he's trying his best to push things forward, but he's surrounded by people who are so used to corruption. This has been their job for decades. The rest of us get up and go to work in the morning. These people go to work to see where they can take the money from.
And they bring their children to do the same. So it goes on and on and on.
They will essentially accept to do, if you look at the Congo and you look at, and I've been to Congo and I've been to other countries, and the Congo's roads are the worst. The infrastructure is by far like the worst. They have the most and they have the least.
That's the way it is, ain't it?
That is exactly the way it is. So
can I say historically?
Who's that? Wendy? Is that Wendy?
No, that wasn't me. Who was that?
That was Wendy.
This is Tanzania. But Congo was the first to sell itself Africa out. Not the first, but one of the ones. And you remember when they sold out to the King of Portugal, they were one of the first of the African kingdoms to send the children over to Portugal to learn how to become European. So this thing sorry?
You're right. I agree.
That is no.
They converted to Christianity.
No,
I'm sorry. There's so many voices in my.
No, I'm sorry. Can we let her finish, Power Yambe? What do you mean they were the first to sell out to Portugal? Let's get a bit of that.
Okay, if anyone has read Chancellor Williams or just the history of Africa. The Congolese kingdom, the Congo and Angola, and but mostly Congo, they were very smitten with Europeanness, and they were first to convert, first to change their names. I think there was like King Zhao or King something of Congo. Just look it up. So this heart, the heart of our continent already bled you know, and that's why they were the ones who suffered the most under the Belgian king, and even now, and so on.
What you mean? What you mean suffer the most? Like, I mean, it makes no
Well,
sense. Every
under King Leopold, the atrocities of King Leopold, I think, far outweigh, far,
Yes, yes.
they're deep. They're just horrible.
She's right.
Can I please say? Can I
Right.
please say
She's
something?
right.
I haven't
This is
really
history,
spoken.
Jude, in reference to what she said about what the atrocities that went down there in the Congo. Go ahead.
Somebody has an echo, slight echo. I don't know if it's me. I'll mute for myself for now.
No, it's not you, it's Jude. Whenever he comes on or if he speaks and somebody's
All right.
speaking.
I'm sorry. Look.
And that's also historical. If I can just say, I'll really be quiet. But the king did do that, and he did convert, and he did send people. But then he started complaining to the royals in Portugal, Spain, to say your children, your Portugal, your people are running amok. Essentially, you can look it up. You can look up the letter from like the king of Congo to.
Yes, I remember that letter. Unfortunately, it's like when you already have your hand in the fire, and it's like when MLK was talking about integrating into a burning house, you know. Yeah.
Because then when he let them in, and then he saw who they were, and it was too late to get them out.
Too late. That's what I'm saying. And his people suffered up to now.
Fight it later. There were some people who took over after him. Kings who came after, who tried to fight. So they did actually, but they had already let them in. They let them in the door. They let them in. But I mean, we go back to the scramble for Africa. That was really the beginning of the end for Congo, in terms, because like King Leopold, and this is the thing that really y'all need to. We all need to really appreciate how much Africa has done for Europe, and how much Africa has done for the West. Because the general narrative is, oh, everybody's helping poor Africa, those poor Africans, this, that, and the other. It's the opposite. It's the opposite historically. They're keeping Africa poor, but they made the West rich. There's a new book out. I hate to say, me, I'm always with the books. Born in Blackness, and it's by Howard French, who used to live in Africa, and he's done a lot of books on Africa and stuff. But he talks about how essentially Africa and Africans on either side of the Atlantic Ocean essentially set the stage and provided the necessaries for the West to develop. So we need to understand like how history has been contorted to make it seem like Africa has been this poor. What was poor to Africans? I don't know. The Portuguese went back down to according to this guy, the Portuguese went back down to the west coast of Africa, like where Ghana is now. And they were like, wait a minute, even the poor people here are walking around with gold. What, we want some of that.
And that was a problem.
And that was the problem. But in the Congo too, it's like they would like pick up gems and be like, "Oh, yeah, this green thing, yeah."
So even the poor people are walking around with gold. Let's go down there and make them be smitten with our religion and our
right. But the idea is that it's really hard to get it. Is once you let them in the door, like the King of Congo did. Once you let them in the door, it's really hard to get them going. And right now, all these centuries later, they're still in there, and they will not leave the Congo. They have no place else to go to get that stuff for essentially nothing. So Apple and Microsoft and everybody, they're all benefiting from it. Yeah, that's it. I'll stop now. Yeah,
this right here is not something Africa. It's not something they're going to walk away from. It's not going to be something that they just hand over. So, what now?
Yeah, can I just say something after Jude, please?
Yes, Jude, go ahead, my brother. I know you've been patient. And then let me see, is there Jude, you're on mute, I think. And then we have Sori. We're gonna invite Sori to come in, and she hasn't spoken, and then we'll do the closeout. Sori, Jude, tell me what you think. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's really sad in the sense that when we first got into this discussion, we're talking about Haiti, what is going on in Haiti, with the price of bread, why the price of bread is increasing, despite the fact that it is Ukraine and Russia that are fighting, and Haiti is getting the consequences and stuff like that. and how affecting us while other people are having problems. And the discussion went over to Africa. And this is the thing. There's always some kind of when we talk about Africa, it seems like there's a lot of individuality. People come here to talk about what is happening in their countries, Nigeria, this, and all of that. And I want to talk more about Africa. Like I'm from Cameroon, but I really don't talk much about like Cameroon stuff because the things that is affecting Cameroon as is the same across the whole countries as a whole in Africa. And when they talk of the Congo and they talk of this person is from this country, it's a bit is is some kind of a division in Africa, and it's the same for every country, right? And that's what happened when Obama became president in the United States. They didn't attribute him as one of the blacks in America. They say he was from Africa. You go to the Congo, they will attribute this person as being from Rwanda. But back in the days, the whole Congo used to be Zaire. And before it became Zaire, Rwanda and all Burundi were part of Congo. And they were all separated because of what the king did, King Leopold. These countries were separated. And if this person is from this part, and he's obviously in this part and fought for independence because Kabila fought for his father fought for independence of Zaire, and he became president and stuff like that. He was one of those people that fought for the independence. And you go to Nigeria, they say the president of Nigeria today is from Sudan, Buhari. You go to Cameroon, they say the former president was from Niger. You go, so it's just some kind of division and rule, and it just keep
True.
happening, right? So
True fact.
it's sad because Africa needs to unite and stop all this division. You can be talking about one African, you're talking about, oh, this president is from Rwanda, this person is from this part, oh, my country is doing this, oh, there's, I mean, it just don't make no sense. No, it's really sad. And that's why I keep saying it's gonna take us 100 years because we are still gonna be on the same spot where we are right now. Things are not gonna move because there is no way your country can ever become like United States without having that unity amongst Africa. Your country can develop as far better than any country, but if your neighboring country is not developed, you're gonna have influx of people from that part of Africa into your own country. And those flux of people gonna cause havoc because they're gonna be on the street. So it's not just gonna work. So people have to come together, discuss what is gonna bring people together, talk of currency influence people, one passport communication, transport system have to be improved and stuff like that. And it's, come on, Gina, I'm done. Thank you so much. I'm out of this group. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Jude. I'm so sorry. I could hear the pain in your. This is what hurts me. Like this young man, I could hear the pain in his voice. This lack of unity, this thing where we cannot come together and be one people, it breaks our children. It breaks our future children. And it seems like there's no stop to it.
Yeah, can I just say something quickly,
Just
please?
hang in there, my brother. Don't give up. Don't give up.
Yeah, can I just chip in, please?
Sure.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to rebuke what something that my sister from Kenya said about Congo. Yeah, you know what that brother say about us not knowing ourselves. I think my sister just displayed it when he said about the king of Congo sold out the country, Congo. That's not accurate. The king that she was referring to was the king of the former kingdom of Congo, which comprises the country of Gabon, Congo, Brazzaville, Congo Kinshasa, and Angola. After the Berlin Conference of 1885, that region, that kingdom was split into 4 countries, which I just mentioned. So when you're saying that the king of Congo sold out Congo, is that true? No. That king, the capital was Mbanza, Congo, which belongs to Angola. So it's part of our history in Angola, you know. And Sister Wendy said very well. He then regretted, but it's a long story. I won't touch onto it. But what I wanted to say is the Congo, or former Zaire, which is today is Republic Democratic of Congo, was a private property, was given as a private property of the King of Belgium, Leopold II. It was given as a private property. It wasn't a country. When the European power decided to divide Africa, he hosted, and it was given as a reward. You know, and then he called the free Congo Free State, what the name he gave to today Congo. And Lumumba made up a big strategic mistake, because when he got his independence, Nkrumah and Sékou Touré begged him, because Congo, because of this strategic location in Africa, they begged him to join them quickly to form the embryo of Africa State or African Union. And he hesitated. He didn't want to hear them. And today we have the problem we have in Congo. And that country is so massive, that it is impossible to exist as a country. It is impossible. Even if you throw, the best army, all the resources to function as a centralized country, especially you having the capital on the western tip of the country, when the entire country is located like in the Central and East Africa. It is impossible to run that country. It is impossible. Even with the European standards, it will take at least 40, 50, 60, 60 or even 100 years to that country to function as a European fully fledged state. As Africa, we have to recognize that. Congo, I'll say Congo, Angola, all those countries, they were set up to fail. That's the truth. And I'll just, to finish, I'm going to go back when I say, we always citing the more extreme example of African countries, but I'll mention 2 countries, Namibia and Botswana, which are doing very well. They have a very good run system of government and very efficient public services. And what is the secret? Urban planning. They don't have big cities, and they have the transition control. You cannot just leave your village to go live in Gaborone or in Duke to be a street beggar or street seller. They won't allow you. And the population of those cities is barely 2 million people.
That's true.
But we want to have a city with 11 million people, 12 million people. In 15 years, they're going to be 40 million people, while the countryside is being emptied. And the Chinese, the Turkish, the Arabs, they're all invading. They're all taking properties, farms, big farms in a country. We have to be serious about that when we're talking about Africa. And please don't base your knowledge of Africa on European books, my sister from Kenya, because it's never the truth.
Yes. Thank you. And I was basing my information not just on European knowledge, but on somebody who actually studied that, and that was Chancellor Williams. He was a Black American who actually traveled. But even if you look at it, the person I was referring to was, if you go to Wikipedia, maybe not correct, you can correct me, But even in Wikipedia, it says in 1483, there was Diago reached the African coast, and then he met the ruling king Zinga. This is 1483. I'm not talking about after Leopold and 1800s. This was the first contact with the Europeans. Zinga and Kuwu decided he would become Christian and send another large mission headed by Kala Kamfusu, the noble who had gone earlier to Portugal as a hostage. They remained in Europe for nearly 4 years, studying Christianity, learning and writing. The mission returned with Chao along with Roman Catholic priests. In 1491, baptizing Zinga and Kuwu, as well as his principal nobles, starting with the ruler of Soyo, the coastal province. Zinga and Kuwu took the Christian name of João in honor of Portugal's king at the time, João II. So
that's true.
When I speak about Congo, I say that we had already started to lose our and embrace the foreign traditions far from the beginning. And the only reason why I focus on Congo is because it is the heart of Africa. It is the center, the middle. It is every African country has a role to play, in the whole continent. And for me, Congo was always the spiritual center of Africa, just like Ethiopia is the cultural, Eritrea is the military, and so on. So Congo did lose some of its essence in a way, and it also suffered the worst of the excesses of the Europeans.
No, I agree
Thank you,
with that.
sis. Okay,
I
so
agree with that. Yeah.
okay, this was amazing. This discourse. I have Sori that have not had an opportunity to speak on this. I'm
Yes.
going to give her an opportunity to speak. Sori, welcome. Welcome to the discussion. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about, sis. I think this is one amazing conversation. I love the flow of it.
Hi, Gina. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well.
Yes, this is an amazing discussion. We have Cameroon, Nigeria, Kenya, Haiti, America.
Hey, hey,
Cameroon.
let's go. It's high time. It's high time.
Now South Africa from the coastline people. Yes, go ahead. Sis.
I am so happy to be here, by the way.
Yes.
Karibu,
Oh,
welcome.
bless
Yes.
you.
So tell me what you think, sis. This has been an amazing. We started with Haiti, and in the title, I did said Haitian streets, Africa. Because I knew that Haiti. There's no way we can talk about Haiti without leading to Africa. So, tell me what you think. What stood out for you? What would you like to contribute?
I understand my young brother's feelings, how upset he is, and it's Jude. We were all when you realize what has happened to us and what is happening to us, it feels almost as if it is one of the highest. You're going to climb Mount Everest and you've never even walked 10 kilometers. This is how it feels. It seems an impossible task.
Yes.
But it's just because of the way they've set it up. For example, in where I am in South Africa, we have about 549 mines. Now, in South Africa, we are the largest, it's not producers, but miners of platinum. We are third in the world with gold. We are sixth in the world with diamonds. Then we have people like Total, which is a oil company, a French oil company, sixth largest company in the world when it comes to oil. And they are in South Africa and they are mining gas here off our shores, which makes about $13.6 billion a year. Anglo America says they make about 45 point, this is in 2021's estimations. They made about 41.5 million US dollars. This is profit. The reason why they are so rich and we are so poor is because obviously, as we know, they've stolen our resources. Once they got to Africa, and particularly the countries like, for example, even Niger. Right now, people, we need to look at our water supply in Africa. There is a war going on our water supply. In 1992, 6 privatizations of water happened in Niger. And this was in 1992. Niger received funds from the IMF World Bank on the condition that France is in control of these utilities, water, oil or gas, coal. Incredible. How can you tell me I need a loan from you, but the resource that I have in my backyard costs more than the loan you are giving me? As a matter of fact, I can buy your company with the resources in my yard, but I need to make a loan from you and you take those resources for free. The deals that is going on all across Africa is insane. There are still countries paying what they called colonization taxes because France left countries like the Congo and Chad. These countries still have to pay some type of numeration for the colonizers that left. We had to pay them to leave. We are still paying them just to stay out and not take everything. And even the little that they give us to use is so little that we kind of think we are poor. We think we don't have these things. Oh no, I must go to America. I must go to the UK. I must go to the Middle East. These places have nothing. And they've all gotten rich off the backs of our land and our resources. We must get this in our heads, all of Africans around the world, that Africa is the reason why they are living the way they are living. And it's also the reason why we are living the way we are living. We've got a fridge full of food. We work every day to stock the fridge. Somebody else comes and just takes out of the fridge and not just take a little bit, take everything. And then we must just go back to work and stock. You know, in I think it was 2012, 34 miners were murdered. We called it the Marabastat or the Maracana massacres, where Anglo-America that I just told you made $41.5 billion in 2021 in profit. In 2012, the miners, which are only Africans can go down into the mines, right into the ground. They were striking because they were getting a mere 6,000 to 12,000 rand a month in salary. That's about it's less than $600 a month. And they went on a peaceful protest, sitting outside of the mine, not even on the property where the mine is, but outside of the mine, protesting, asking for better payment. Again, I'm going to say this again. Anglo-America made $41.5 billion in profit. They said to these people, they killed these people, murdered 34 over a $600. The insanity of it, and nobody said nothing. A foreign entity was on our soil here in Africa, murdering, still today, murdering us. And now China has also come in. China is mining up and down Africa. Illegal mining. We don't even know what they are doing, what they are taking, what they are destroying, because we are too busy fighting one another over the little scraps that these others have left over for us.
Wow.
And that's where I am with that.
It's funny because I've heard we've heard about what's going on in Haiti. We've talked about Nigeria. Pawayambe, you are in Angola, right? Or in the Angolian, is it Angola? Yes. Sierra Leone. I mean, the story is the same everywhere.
Everywhere.
Sis,
and we fall for it all the time.
I love the sister South African accent.
Yes, I love it.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you're too kind.
You know, there are 3 accents in Africa. There are 3 English-speaking accents in Africa: West Africa, East, and South.
Oh man, it just reminds me of Sarafina. We watched that movie 12 times.
Oh, Sarafina, my favorite.
Sarafina.
Oh, man, yeah. I thought it was just me, but I said the same thing about you, Tan. I said the same thing about you.
Oh man, I just it's
but,
awesome.
you know,
I think we recognize one another, and that is awesome. We recognize. That is why, Gina, I want to thank. I know this is off topic, but I want to thank you because you've brought us together. This
is amazing to me, and to be honest with you, I'll tell you something. This right here is only the beginning. The more conversations we have like this, where we are all coming together. Do you not understand what has just happened? We are the children. We are coming together. We're having these discussions. And yes, there are movements being made. People like Queen Z, you guys don't even know some of the things that she's doing in Sierra Leone. We have people that are truly making changes. And one brick at a time, man. I'm just amazed by this beautiful discussion. I'm going to have to go back and listen to it. And I want you guys to share it in those spaces that you come, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Angola, Cameroon. Jude, we love you. I want us to
Kenya.
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 Can't forget Kenya. She beat. She
thank
came
you,
out
thank
here
you,
and
thank
showed
you.
out
I
why
love you all too.
women need to be in government. Period. So
I love you all too.
It's amazing. And I thought this could not get any better, but I just got a clip, and I'm gonna share it with you guys before we go off. Before I do that, you know what? Before I I will share this clip to give us some time to think of your closeouts. Because I'm gonna be back here again tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow. Yay! So we're gonna have a discussion again. But I wanted to give you guys a little bit of this discussion started with Haiti. Let's have a little cultural display of what's happening. Some good things. I know we talked about the bad things, but your people, regardless of how much hunger they're facing, or all the things that are happening, our people are resilient, and all I could tell you is that there's so much beauty. And when I saw this, I thought, man, truly Africa's children. So I'm going to share a little bit of what's happening this week in the streets of Haiti. And what you're going to be looking at is a lot of what you might see in some places and spaces and on the continent. Our people, when we are hurting, whatever, or we are trying to get our energy out or our feelings out, we dance, we beat the drums, and here we go. You're gonna see Kenya, you're gonna see Angola, you're gonna see Tunisia, you're gonna see Angola, you're gonna see all of Africa. Right here in that frame. This is where they took your children, or some of them.
Please let me say this.
Go ahead.
You guys are too African. This is Africa. You're too African.
Praying that we don't get through this.
guys enjoyed that. I felt like this was such a powerful discussion, and it touched on so many aspects that I had to share that with y'all. So here we are.
Wow.
Tell
You
me
know,
what you
Bijoux
think
Noir,
about this discussion, y'all. This is the closeout. I don't know if you felt like if you
can I
felt
go
you're
first?
African when you heard those drums and you saw your people in that energy. I don't know if you felt that, but woo!
Can I go first, Bijoux Noir?
Go ahead, my
If
brother.
you hadn't said it was Haiti, I swear to God, if you had just played the video, I would think it's somewhere in Africa. I swear to
That's so
God.
true. That's so
I swear
true.
to God. I
Yeah,
swear
it
to
is
God. If
Africa.
you hadn't said
Wherever,
it was
like Marcus
Haiti,
Garvey said, Africans at home or abroad, wherever your children are, that is where your people are. It's not just the land; it's the people.
I swear to God, I'm looking at everything. I'm thinking, before I came back to America, you know, we did something like that in our village. You would think it was something like that in our village. Everybody coming out, people are dancing, the
Old and
drums are.
young.
If
Old
you
and
hadn't that
young.
said it was Haiti, I swear to God, I would have said it somewhere in Africa. We have so much in common, and we don't even know it.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy. That's a chilling moment right there.
It's a beautiful moment. We share a lot of things on YouTube. You know, we talk about the devastation, but I also want to show the culture, and I want to show these are the things that tie us. That energy, what you felt in your soul, listening to that, seeing that, that's us. That's our oneness. We could find our way to each other in a way that even if we don't come and be in the same box, understand that these boxes are all ours.
Wow.
So,
That was
Nigel, my brother, are you still with us or did you fall asleep? Would you like to close out? Tunija is sleep. It's official. So, Tunija, we love you. You've been quiet for a minute. I should have known you fell asleep. It's not possible otherwise. Okay, so that being said, everybody give some Tunija some love in the comment section. He probably will wake up and try to get in the comments while we're all asleep. While we're all gone, he'll be up talking, trying to get back in the conversation. Okay, so that was wonderful. Power Yambe, my brother, I love you. Tell me what you think about what you heard, what you saw. What is your closeout for this discussion? Thank you.
Yeah, once again, thank you very much for having me on again. And yeah, I just want to confess something. When I heard Sister Zuri from South Africa for the first time,
Yes, yes.
I shed a tear. I won't lie.
Yes, yes. She's
I shed a
amazing.
tear.
Yes. Yes.
And you know what I said to myself, and I said to my other half. I said, I've been trying to convince Sister Gina about the power of African woman to gather us. And
Yes.
today she
Yes.
has seen the result. She
Yes.
witnesses. You know, Africa is a continent was made to be run by women. Sorry, my brother, all African men. I'm not trying to downplay our role. No,
Yeah.
never.
Yeah.
But we see African woman, and I see every day.
Mm-hmm.
You just have that natural ability to run things, to gather that energy that we men we can't. I'm sorry, we just can't.
Oh, I love it. We love you, but
Yeah.
we need you to do it. We both need to. We need to be balancing this thing together. Trust
No,
me.
I agree. We need to balance, but
Yes.
we have been running the show for 60 years,
Mm.
and what is the result? Let's try at least 20 years with woman. That's my opinion, and then we
Yes.
will see. But
Yes.
for me, yeah, I think you should take the lead for now.
Yes.
I think it's right for us men to realize and at least give you a chance to lead. Because I see it every day. I see it here on the social media. I see on my day life. I see, you know, you cannot hide it. You cannot hide it. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. I confess, like once I went to a meeting with uh, one friend, colleague.
Yes.
You know, he was here with Europeans. And as soon as we step in the room,
Yeah.
I could see the respect they had to her opinion rather than me. Even just that presence. And she was like tall, confident.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, wow, you know, they felt like not intimidated, but it's like, okay, this is like, we have to deal with her in a different way to this guy because the power lies on her.
Yes.
You see what I mean? So
Yeah.
I encourage you know, all my sisters, you know, please, 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 especially you in the diaspora,
Yeah.
come often to the continent because we need you. We need you. Without you, we won't go anywhere.
I agree.
You're like the legs or like we are like amputated and we need your legs. I don't know if that is a correct
Yeah.
analogy, but I'm trying to say, but what it is, we need you. Without you, we won't go. Africa won't go anywhere.
We
Anywhere.
love we love you guys. Trust me, we're not going anywhere. We're coming home little by little,
Please,
little by
please,
little. Some
please,
physically, some spiritually, but we're gonna be there.
yeah, please, yeah.
Thank you
As
so
for the
much, my
yeah,
brother.
no
As for
problem.
Jude, it looks like he's trying to shout out to you. He says you should WhatsApp him, check out the private chat. He left a message for you. So before you leave, check the private chat.
All right, okay. Thank you very much, Jude. I'll check and I'll give you a call. I cannot see it. Where is it?
I don't see anything either, but
Yeah,
Jude,
yeah.
you might want to pop in and just put it in the private chat if you want to for him. But
Yes.
thank you
If
so much, Power Yambe. I love you.
I love you too. Bye.
Amara, tell me what you think. I've missed you so much. It's been so nice to have you on tonight, and this has been an amazing discussion. I really want to get off because I have a dentist appointment in the morning, and then I'm gonna be on here again. Really having a great discussion. Tell me what you think about this discussion and what stands out for you. Thank you for coming through, Amara.
Yeah. Thank you. What stands out really is we have so much in common, and we realize it.
Yeah.
And then so much in common, and even the protest.
Yeah.
I didn't see a video of the protest. Well, I mean, that was the protest per se. People went out dancing, but by the picture, we have those like riots and protests like that in Africa every day over those same issues. We have so much in common.
Yeah.
So much in common. Our time is gonna come when all Black people really, try to come together and try to find out what's common among them. That day will come. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And talking about government, this government thing, my conclusion is I finally came to this conclusion. If we want to do anything, it doesn't have to be large scale.
Mm-hmm.
Do what you can do for your people. If you teach, something, some kind of knowledge, pass it over.
Yes.
Whatever you have that you can help, you help one person one day, you have done a good deed. Rather than we sitting out there waiting on other people to solve our problems,
right.
Namely the government, do your own part, your own small part. That's what Niger was saying. People will think of themselves selfishly. But if you help anybody, they say teach a man how to fish, don't give him fish.
Yes.
Any knowledge you have, you pass it on to somebody needy. It takes them to the next level. That's all I gotta say. I'm gone.
Love you, love you, love you. Thank you so much, Amara. You said plenty. We appreciate you.
Gina, can I go next? Because I kind of want to tie to Amara and what the sister who was the sister from Kenya.
Yes, go ahead, Wendy, sure.
Yes, I'm not going to take a long time. I just wanted to say that, like this is like a wonderful, you have like to me, like watch a lot of people on YouTube, you have the most Pan-African panels come in, and that's just a fact. I mean, you really bring people in from all over, and that's why I enjoy it so much, because I get from everybody. I get
Oh,
something.
that's amazing. I love it too. Thank you, sis.
Yeah, so keep it up, and we'll keep coming. And in the vein of what the sister was saying, and really what Amara was saying as well, in terms of do what you can, I think that's the way we need to go. If there are people who are like on the continent who are good militarily, like she was saying, or good with, I don't know, whatever, maybe good with some aspects of economics, or things like that. If there are people who have specialties, we need to, and this is kind of getting back to Haiti too, because the first place that I really heard this was when I was studying voodoo, and I was studying it. I gotten in touch with a Haitian woman, and she said, this is what voodoo is. She says, voodoo is about recognizing the different spirits that exist and allowing them to be, and allowing them to kind of push forward and do what they do, not trying to mold people. And it's not about that stuff that they, that's dolls and stuff like that. That's not what it is. And so ever since then, and even listening now, it's like, yeah, African Americans, Haitians, people from the Caribbean, people from South America, wherever we are, we've learned wherever we are, we need to bring this. Because I know, like, if there were more African Americans, Caribbean people in like countries like the Congo, let me tell you, those contracts would be gone. Those ridiculous contracts that even the sister from South Africa was talking about, we'd be like, no, we don't think so.
I agree.
Right? And so, we need to pull on our different strengths and come together. I heard that just in the short period of time that Mali has begun to get France's foot off its neck, that it's doing well. Like, they had a really good like cotton harvest, and they're excited. I think the same when I looked at the thing for you for with Haiti, I realized, I said, it's like you said, the resiliency. It's like all Haiti needs is somebody to get their foot off its neck. If Haitians can just, Haiti will even find the money.
Yep.
I mean, when you think about it, look at what Burkina Faso was able to accomplish under the 4 short years that Sankara was president. If you want to study something, study that. Okay.
Yes.
And so we need to come together and pool our strengths.
Yes.
Recognize our weaknesses, and let someone else. My sister from South Africa does something that I don't do. I do something that she doesn't do.
We all bring something to the table.
Let's let everybody do what they do best. Yeah. That's the way I feel we need to be. I think we are on a roll. I think, the happy video was a good thing because we need it, especially during times like this.
Yes.
We need it. But I was encouraged to see that, because I was like, look, Haiti is fighting back. Haiti is, and
we're fighting during the day and dancing at night, or dancing at night and fighting during the day. It's like, we got to balance it out. Yes.
Yep. So that's it. That's just, I wanted to say that. Okay.
That's amazing. We love you and thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so now Tan, my sister, I want to thank you. And not too long ago, I found out that it's funny because most of us don't have East African blood, but I do. How do you pronounce that? It starts with an L. My little percentage from Kenya is 6.9, but I'm very proud of it. So thank you for coming through and showing us and blessing us with your wisdom and your love and your spirit. Tell me what you think about this conversation. What stands out for you? Yes.
What stood out for me, and to continue on what the sister was saying, we have to recognize our weaknesses and to be honest about them. We can't pretend to be, at the top when we are at the bottom, and we have to ask ourselves, why are we here and how did we get here?
Yes.
At the same time, we also have to look at our strengths. How can we get out of here? Because the other very dangerous mentality is that one of defeatism. People who say, oh, it's all over, if it's all over, then there's no point of even going into battle. You can't even go into, let's say, into a sports match. Let's not make things too dramatic. let's say you have a sports match, even if you know you're outnumbered, outgunned, out everything, you still have to go with the mentality that we're going to win this.
Period.
And yeah, so even if things are looking the bleakest, the worst, all of these things, we still have to remember. And the reason why we're fighting, it maybe look for bleak for one generation, but we have to remember that we're not fighting for us. Some of our people, some of us, our time is over. We have to step off the platform, but what are you going to do for the next generation? This is not going to end with us. This war started before we were here, and it's going to continue long before. So you can't go into it that everything is all bad, even recognizing the weaknesses. I think our greatest weakness is it's this the freedom and individuality that we have. Somebody was saying that we're not a people of surveillance and looking into each other's things and things like that. And I agree definitely. Like, we Africans, what you do is what is up to you. You have that personal sovereignty, but you also have respect for the other people. So we don't go looking into each other's things. So we have to maintain, and that's based on both trust and respect. Trust that somebody is going to be have integrity in their private business, and also respect that they're going to behave well with other people.
Yes.
So so we have to respect that. So that's our strength. Our strength and weakness is that we are a loving people. That's a strength, and that's a weakness, because naturally, left to our own devices without interference, we would fill this whole world with love and happiness, truth, justice, fairness, because we have been grappling with these things amongst ourselves for far, far longer than any other race on this planet. We have learned to live with ourselves. We have learned to live with each other. What we have not learned to live with is other people. We cannot grasp that people can be so evil, people can be so brutal.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Oh, okay.
Keep going. Ignore
That
me.
startled me a bit.
Go ahead.
Yes. So our love is good for us, but it can be detrimental when applied to other people, because we can never understand why do we give them so much love and they give us back, hatred and cruelty in return. And so instead of, doing the rational thing, we turn that confusion to ourselves, and then we end up hating ourselves and being self-destructive. So I think that the first thing is to have a vision. What do we want for ourselves, for our children? At the end of the day, it's our children that we have to look into the eyes and tell them, this is what we did and this is what we didn't do. It's us, but it's really up to them. So if we don't give them the tools that they need to survive in this world, then that's when we can say that we have failed. But so amongst ourselves, we can recognize our differences. That's the good and the bad side of Africans. We're all so very different that sometimes when we sit together, we're like, how can this person who looks like me be saying such crazy things?
Yes.
Yeah, because we encapsulate everything that is within mankind. There's nothing that has been invented under the sun that we have not experienced one way or another. There's no capitalism is not new. We had markets and profits before these people came. Socialism is not new. We had communism and we lived together with each other. The nuclear family is not. The only thing that is not us is this other depravities and this weirdness that's coming out from these people. But our focus was the family, was on the children, first of all, on the women, second of all, and on the men. Everybody was important and everybody had a role. I'm sorry to go on like this.
No,
but...
no, we love it. I love it. Thank you. And I agree 100%.
Yes. So, and we also have to respect our differences. If somebody has a different way of doing things, they're not necessarily wrong. That's just how they do things. We had fishermen and herdsmen and cattle breeders and people who did circumcision, polygamy, monogamy, all of those things. So we really are everything, and if we don't preserve us, not even other people, then other people will. There's no humanity without Africans.
I love it. You're right.
Yeah,
Man, no humanity without Africans. Did we hear that? Man, thank you, sis. Thank you so much. You have been a blessing. Everybody's really been a blessing. Even the comments.
Oh, look, Tunaja woke up from his slumber.
I told you about the fire.
I just stepped out.
I just stepped out. Damn Nigeria.
It's gonna be the security falling asleep.
Someone somewhere, you've been pretty quiet. Tell me what you think. This is your closeout. I see you in the private chat. You've been plugging away with the comments, and I see that you've been very encouraging, and you like this conversation, and I like it too. Tell me what's your take from this. What would you like to close out with?
I mean, I'm just gonna give salutations to everybody because I mean they done said everything. I echo all their sentiments. I mean, I just want to salute you for having a forum. I mean, this was beautiful. The sister that just spoke before, she's extremely brilliant. It's beautiful to see, and I look forward to future conversations. Everybody have a good night.
We love you so much. Thank you. There's so much love here for you. Thank you.
Reciprocate.
Okay, so Sori, my sister, my South African jewel, my co-son, tell me, what do you think about this conversation? I know you probably didn't get to hear from the beginning. Please, those of you that did not hear this discussion from the beginning, it's a must that you get every bit of it. Tell me what you think, Sori. This is your closeout. What stood out for you? Hey, what did you think about that Haitian clip that I just shared with y'all? I want y'all to tell me the truth. Did it speak to your soul? Do you see your people? Go ahead, Sori.
Gina, it wasn't only the drums, but the actual rhythm of which they play the drums, the tune, for lack of a better word, that it makes. That tune is familiar to my ears. And so while it was playing, I got up. We do a little dance where we shake our feet very fast and our behinds. I don't want to be too graphic.
So this behind shaking thing is something that we do everywhere.
Everywhere, it doesn't matter. On continent, off continent, when we feel like we shake, we
when
shake.
We feel good, we shake our behind.
Yeah. We're the only ones that can.
Yes. So what's your takeaway, sis?
Saying that we are the only ones that can, I think, is what the point I always get back to. Only we can do certain things. Yeah. And when we realize that it is up to us to correct whatever was done in the past, I just thought to myself, the one brother said that, I think it was Kenya or Nigeria, they have 60 years of independence.
Yes.
When I look at South Africa, Nigeria was colonized in 1851. South Africa was colonized in 1652. And we only got our independence less than 30 years ago. We are still a very young, if you can say, democracy.
Yes.
But we were colonized. The country has been colonized in terms of years for the longest time. Now, I've researched that in 1886 is when they first discovered gold in South Africa. It was at Witwatersrand. They called it the gold rush. And consequently, they discovered diamonds, and there was a diamond boom. This was 1886. 1884, they go for Rwanda first, 2 years after mining gold and diamonds. Now they're rich enough. They go into Rwanda. Yeah. In 1851, they go into Nigeria, and they colonize there. In 1889, and in Kenya, and so on and so forth. It is only when they discovered our resources or started stealing our resources that they could colonize, in essence, the entire world. Right now in Zimbabwe, there are the government estimates that China makes 1.3 billion every year of mining, farming, and other illegal activities, and most of them are illegal. And they took a loan, Zimbabwe took a loan from China, a $10 million loan. And now China is making 1.3 billion a year. Locals are treated like slaves, trade bosses. We call them unions in Southern Africa. They are trade bosses. They are saying that the Chinese bosses are ignoring the complaints. Females are being reported as collapsing in tile factories because of exhaustion. They do not get water. And as a matter of fact, they do not even get paid their salaries in time or the right amount, which tells me we are still practicing slavery in Africa.
Period.
Up until today.
Period.
China has, when you look at China's history and how they were 25 years ago, in Africa we had a saying, in South Africa we had a saying. I remember my father saying this. He used to say, you don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell. You don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell, meaning the Chinese are not successful. They are, you can just imagine what that means. Right now, China is a booming economy. They are a macro in the economic world. Why? Because they came to Africa 20 years ago, 40 years ago. 40 years ago, India was booming. 40, 30, 20 years ago. This was before India came in. China came in. India was in Africa. And India was booming. They went through a industrial revolution. When they lost their footing in Africa, that is when India went down again. China is currently losing its footing, or no, not losing its footing, but America and the West is trying to get them out. People do not be fooled by this war in Ukraine and what is going on. Russia, China, India, they are all collaborating to get to Africa. If you look at the Horn of Africa right now, China has the biggest military base on the Horn of Africa. Mm-hmm. So does the US. So does France.
Yeah.
These are things, and they do it with us seeing these things. It's not that it's hidden away. It's for us to see. But they understand that they've put so much fear in us. They have this white devil that they portrayed us at. Every time I think of the devil, I image no melanin. Because that is how I think of them. It is devilish, almost satanic behavior. And I understand that most of us are afraid of this. We've seen what they can do across the continent.
We've seen the arm. Yeah.
They are brutal in their destruction. They're
very capable.
They are capable of things that we can't even imagine. This is how we win, though, I believe. I believe we win. And I think everybody's understanding this now, that we need our people back on the continent because we are so divided. And remember, those of us who stayed on the continent, the education we got is dismal at most. I had to travel to get my education. And so did my father. We need people that knows that we couldn't manufacture in Africa. There wasn't manufacturing plants in Africa except for textiles. We couldn't manufacture our own gold. We couldn't our diamonds, our steel, our oil. Yeah. It was plundered out, and the manufacturing happened in their country. So where you are is the knowledge. Where we are is the resources. Imagine if we put it together. There's no need even for a war per se, because we are so many. How many billions of Africans, Black people are there? If we all came back, there's a show going on now. Sorry, I know I'm talking a bit long. There's a show going on right now. It's called Rich, Black and African. It's a mini series. It's like the Real Housewives of Orange County or something.
Okay.
But they took Yeah, they took famous people from Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, all over the continent, and they made a series in South Africa. I want all of you to go look and see the diaspora. I was surprised at their surprise at seeing what we have. And these are not super rich people. These are just actors and singers, rappers. They couldn't believe this. One lady said, "Why am I going to Dubai when this is in Africa?" And I thought to myself, you come to South Africa during December, all you see is Arabs, Europeans, Chinese. They all come here to celebrate and to live if they think about vacation and all of those things, they come to Africa. We all run to these places, Paris, France. Where do you think they got the patterns from? The Louis Vuitton patterns, the Gucci patterns. If you are a designer, these things are here.
Yeah.
But we put no value in ourselves. No value. And I want us to put value in ourselves. Others see the value. They take our value because we do not even recognize. And that's all I wanted to say, Gina. Come home, please. Come home.
You said plenty, and trust me, I'm doing everything I can to get there. Thank you
And
so much.
also, those of us that are on the continent, get in touch with us. Those that you know you can trust. I know there's a trust issue going on with all of us. I understand. Find, like the lady said, find us. We are here. We can say, right, there's land there. There's land there. This is the best way. What is your profession? Be in this nation. What is your goal? Be in that nation. We are here. We are welcoming you. But and I'm saying this, make deals with us.
Yes.
Make deals with us. It doesn't hurt so much. Well, it hurts when we backstab one another. It does. I understand this, but we cannot trust anybody else right now. So come to South Africa, come to the rest of Africa, find people on the continent, people that you've heard of, people that you can trust. There's land here, there's opportunity here, there's wealth here. Right now, they are stealing water. People take care of your water. There's a water war going on around the world. Nigeria has complained about the water that's being stolen. South Africans have been complaining about water that's being rerouted to companies like Nestle. They reroute our water supply, bottle it, and sell it off to the West, and sometimes to us, our own water. Wow. We need to come together. We need all of you to come home. We cannot win scattered. African Americans cannot win in America. Africans in Europe cannot win in Europe. All these other nations, we cannot survive because we are too few as they are and they are too mighty. But if we are here together, I'm not saying abandon Haiti. I understand. But send your thinkers, send your innovators, send your business people, send them home. Let them make wealth here and then take it back to where our people are that cannot come and help them come home.
Yeah.
There are billions, there are trillions, let me not lie. Then there's not a word in the dictionary for the amount of money that's in Africa. Come home. Thank you, Gina.
We love you so much. Thank you, sir. There's so much love here for you.
I love all of you more than you'll ever know. I feel like Amina said, hey, Mama, and people call me that. Mama, I feel like because of my heritage, my Khoisan heritage, I feel like all of you are my children. It breaks my heart to see that my children must suffer and my house is rich. It makes no sense to me. Even on the continent, I see black children begging on the street for money. Why? How can a black child be begging? When the Saudis are living, they live in a desert, all they have is oil. And they are super rich. Most of them are super rich. We have all the resources, and our children are begging. We must be ashamed. It is painstaking. It is heart-wrenching to see African Americans being shot and killed and victimized and then jailed in America. There's a sister, I can't remember her name now. I found most of the channels through her. She moved from the UK over to Africa. I'm not sure in which nation she is right now. Her sons were bullied in school. She went to the school and they basically told her they can't do anything. She then moved with her family to Africa, and now she's bringing other diaspora home. There is no peace for us. Sorry?
I think that's amazing.
Yes, there is no peace for us anywhere else. The peace is here. The love is here. The energy is here. If you want to succeed, come home. The energy that you need to succeed is here, and they are draining us. These vampires, they are draining us, draining the energy. I now listen to these white churches and they're calling on the angels of Africa. I couldn't believe it. They understand the power, the energy that is on this continent. It is unlike anything else in this world. And they are using it to keep us in the gutter, our own resources to keep us in the gutter. They use us to murder one another and to hate one another. Yes, we are Muslim, we are Christian, we are all the other Abrahamic religions. We have traditional religions.
Yes.
We are a diverse group of people that should not divide us. They've used it to divide us, and we fall for it every time. What does it matter if my Malawi sister wears a scarf? She still looks like me. She still belongs here.
Period.
What if my Khoi brother is wearing no clothes at all and just the what they call the little skirt? What does it matter if I am bare-chested? You still recognize me?
Still mine. You're still mine.
Still mine. Still mine. And Gina, still mine. You are all still mine. We are all of one another. Recognize it. Stop playing into the games that they've played with us for the last 500 plus years. We must recognize that we are one people. One people, we have one origin. And this is our home, Africa. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
I love you so much, sis. Thank you. I look forward to seeing
Love you more.
Thank you so much. Okay, so to Niger.
Hey! My brother.
I think I heard him snoring. Somebody said in the comments.
Don't mind them. I'm not the one. You know, I'm an innocent guy sitting minding my business.
We love you tonight. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for blessing us with your energy, your spirit, your honesty, your passion. I don't know if you guys know, but tonight just stay on these streets. He love us. He love us, our people. That's why nobody can tell me nothing about my Nigerian blood, man. I know my people are good people. I know my people are good people. So, to Niger, what stands out for you? Did you even get to see that Haitian video, man?
I saw them. They were dancing around. I was like, okay, this guy is 400 years there. They didn't take any change at all. They are still like as African as they come.
No changes, still the same.
No change at all. Not even one. They kept them African. Like every day, so Africa is like ridiculous, really. So there's no way, man. Is remarkable. It takes a lot of effort.
You can't deny that pitney, right? You can't deny
no way. Those guys who walk into Africa, nobody will have a clue where they left. Who have a clue why they left at all? Like nothing. They are like landlords. They're not gonna even know. Nobody can tell that they left at all. So that's hardcore, man.
Yeah, you Nigerians are lucky that the Haitians kept up your voodoo, whatever that is.
I think it's
Don't
Benin
give it
Republic
up.
they are doing that now. In Benin Republic they are still doing it, and that stuff. Nigerians are busy worshiping Christ and Allah. So
Yeah, the Haitians kept that up for you. You're welcome.
yeah, we are. Yes, we are. Man, this discussion, this is one of those things that really get on my nerves a bit. Normally I'm a very, very like positive, because I know for sure there's a lot of good work being done. But sometimes when I see these ones, it's just grates against my, common sense, because it really annoys me when you see that, intelligent people, you can accuse government officials of being corrupt, but how about the intellectuals of this institution of these nations? They too are corrupt, professors and all the rest of it, corrupt, and it's unbelievable. All of them. So this way it comes down to in the end. We have to have an accountability system that doesn't care about whether you want to be honest or not. It just has to be prepared that just in case you don't want to be honest, it's still capable of catching you. And you give people the benefit of the doubt, but don't assume, because there's always that douchebag that will come and try to wreck the whole thing. And that's why you create these systems. And I think we have to start thinking outside the box when we are coming up with these things, because the current model doesn't work. And when I hear people talk about, oh, we need to educate our people, or we need to do this, what they are basically saying that let's pass it to the next generation, and that is a cop out. And that is a cop out, and I'm not ready to wait again and put the burden on my children to do it again. I've not seen any group that planned like that. They plan for long term, but they plan to change it now. Those Zionists, when they started doing their Zionism from 1907 to 1945, they've already managed to get there. I think within 50 years they got what they wanted. So we can't be the Chinese. When they did what they did, within how many years they were already out of the control of the West. So I don't understand why people are like, oh, let's pass it down. About no, we can do those things now. As a matter of fact, we can do them better than the Chinese did, because we have the tools now. We have the tools to do these things, from machine learning to IoT technologies to mobile technology, electronic tracking, all kinds of stuff. We have them. Why are we just sitting by and just letting these Neanderthals run the system when we can tag all of them? Because when you tag them, you are going to disincentivize them to want to do that stuff publicly. I've seen where people, the principles that they use in shops, like all these Walmarts, in the case of UK, Tesco's, where they put security guards there. They are not assuming that everybody's going to steal. Most of the job the security guard does is to deter people from stealing. That simple principle. Because if you are doing your due diligence and you have an element of security, a lot of people would quit. Like if you have 10 criminals, 7 of them will quit just because you've taken action. And then the other 3 that wants to show that they are tough people, they'll come and try to steal. You catch 2 of them. Maybe 1 will get away, but better 1 gets away than 10 gets away. And because you didn't do anything. And I feel like, what the Ethiopian government did is one of the inspirations for me saying that our people need to start taking ownership of their government. And it occurred to me that that's what they do here too. That's what Americans, when they talk about IRS, and they are paying into the system. They pay into the system so they can fix the road, they can fix the train tracks and all the rest of it. Our African people don't, at least Nigerians anyway, from what I know, they don't have a culture of doing that. That needs to change, but you can't just convince them based on saying you need to contribute, because they don't trust the government. And the only way you can increase trust in the government is to have a high level of transparency. And I keep asking the question, apart from the other doubts people have, is there any particular reason, because still I'm waiting to hear a good reason, why government accounts should not be made public to the people that are supposed to own the government? Is there any reason? If there is none, then it should go ahead. And I think that argument should be carried on in almost every African country, because that level of transparency is a healing instrument that can bring the people and their government together, because that gap between the people and their government will close if they feel that the government now don't have a lot of power to spend their money. They are the ones putting the money down and saying this money, because they are voting for the candidates, isn't it? When you vote a candidate in, you say the candidate says he's going to build a hospital, he's going to build a school, you're going to know the proposals, and you say, okay, yeah, okay. Now we have put the money in your account. Let's see where the money is going to go. Why are you going to use it to go and bribe these people here? Bribe? No, they're going to be expecting to go to the people that are supposed to build those things. Because people are aware, if the Ethiopian government try to swindle their money from them, the Ethiopian government will have the whole country on their back. That is the kind of stake. We have to have a stake in it. And the way West Africans, this is Central Africans, and some to an extent Southern Africans have been running their, seeing their governments is very, very, that's unproductive. They see their government as some kind of entity that has to come from heaven and provide everything for them. It doesn't work. We've tested that. It doesn't work. We have to start tagging them. That account, transparency. In short, let me just put it in terms of transparency. Everybody uses that terms a lot. That's why I go straight to the point. We want to know where the money is going, because that's where we are losing trust. And if you want to convince people, you want to let them know that the money you are paying in, you're already spending it. It's not, you are not paying anything new. You're already spending it for your iron gates and iron doors and whatever else you're doing. And then when they kidnap you, you still pay ransom anyway. And you don't even have peace of mind traveling the roads at night, or even during the daytime. At the airport, you're not safe. Pay the money into this thing, and so that they can take care of your country for you. Because you know what? It's not even rocket science. That's what other countries are doing.
Right.
How hard can it be to convince people of that? And God help me, if any politician doesn't have the right words to say, because I will put as much energy as I have to get this argument there. And to get the argument that we need to increase our security posture. Every single day, this guy is on TV, literally on TV. He comes on the internet every Saturday to come and talk to people. And he's hearing me say, and I think they begin to know that I keep saying this thing, and he's agreeing with me. But what he has not changed his mind on is how, in terms of the scale of change, because this guy has a lot of influence in Nigeria. He goes everywhere. Even the military gives him access to their instruments and stuff like that. So if he himself starts coming up and saying, you know what, yeah, we need to increase our number, that's a word, but we need to increase it by hundreds of 100,000. We need to do this. You start seeing that the debate will start being heard. And one of these days, I'm telling you, man, one of these days, if I get crossed and I get on one of these TV channels, they're going to find out. Because it saddens me to watch our people this week again. A train was stopped, derailed, and 8 people killed, and a lot of people kidnapped again. And our government, they told them that this thing was going to happen. They didn't take any action about it. They told them to buy like security cameras, this type of that you can see long range and all. They didn't do anything about it because they are complacent, or I don't even understand the mindset
Not
that
even
does
sure
that.
what it is, right?
What do you need? People are getting killed almost every day in Nigeria. People can't travel on the street without feeling safe. What do you need to actually increase the number of your security forces when you have 200 million people in that country? Young people that are not doing anything, you refuse to put them. So that's kind of stuff that frustrates me. That's the frustration aspect, where it's like, why don't you want to do anything? You want them to attack us with nuclear weapon before you decide that it's time to act. I don't get it. So that argument needs to be had, and so that people will understand. when you start making the argument to people, I hear in the head of Nigerians, many of them will be like, you don't want to give money to anybody. Every time you talk about that, it's money. They go on and say,
Yeah.
if you give them money, they're going to steal it. Who is going to pay for the soldiers and all the rest of it? This is why I keep saying transparency has to come in first. Then you can convince them of paying paying for this thing military. It's going to be a hard job. It's going to be a hard job, but we have to start making the argument. And if it works, after all, it worked in Ethiopia. That's part of what inspired me. If it works in Nigeria, it's going to inspire a lot of other countries to do the same thing. And that kind of change is the kind of change that can transform the continent in a very, very short period of time.
Right.
Because I will go to Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians will start returning back to Nigeria. A lot of people will start coming back to Nigeria. And when all that resources start coming back to Nigeria, all the stuff we have been talking about here will start actually happening. I don't believe in airy-fairy talk. I actually believe in things that can actually work, that I know can work, tried and tested that can work. That is how it's supposed to be. We keep talking about how we want solutions. That is the one I am more exercised about, getting these things that can actually work. And if there is, that's why I'm bringing it up, so that somebody can criticize it, everybody can criticize it as much as they can, so that I can find out all the weaknesses. Because I need to know all the weaknesses of anything I'm saying. And I don't want to say it just because people agree with me. Because if it is tried and tested and the idea still stands, it tells you that it's a solid idea. And one can go forward and say, you know what, this is what needs to be done. And I've had all the arguments against it. Don't even bother. Get it done. Because that's what needs to be done in this country to sort the problems out. And hopefully, if we do it well in Nigeria, Ghana will learn from that. Benin Republic will learn from that. Niger will learn from that. That is all. That's, for me, that's my passion right now. That's why when people say whether somebody is doing work on the ground, I'm doing other work on the ground, and I'm also getting involved in the discussions, because I want to steer the discussion into us getting more security forces. I want to steer the conversation towards us having 100% transparency. The only area I would say they should not do 100% transparency is in security. The rest, they don't have any excuse. And I believe that if that stuff catches fire,
why did you mention is for security? Because I would think you would need transparency there, because that's where most of the coup d'etats come from, right? Security.
Yes, but if you
we need that, that's usually how we fall, because we have a coup d'etat issue in most of the places.
You know, sometimes we have to be careful. When we are too smart, our brain fall out of our head. You see,
wait. What does that mean?
What that means is that when you are busy saying because the idea behind it is that if you expose all your spending in security, people are going to know where your money is going to, what you're spending your money on, and then they can thwart it very easily. So it's one of those. There are certain areas, I'm sure there are other areas that probably need to be cloaked because of security reasons. So you can't always expose all your hand in public. Right. But the areas like people's salary, teacher salary, nurses salary, doctor salary, building bridges, all those things should be totally public. There is no reason why the citizens shouldn't know where their money is going to. It's their account. Why is it that because they elected that guy, he would do whatever he likes with it?
Concerned, there should be complete transparency. I don't understand why.
It should be complete and not, you know, the Western one where they say, oh, freedom of information before you get. No, this one is real time. This in alerts. If you sign up for it, you get alert like a newsletter. You get alert. Hey, this guy has just spent your money on paying doctors, or spending on bridges, or spending on paying some obscure company that is doing nothing for you. People will be like, what? Who is that company? They will ask questions. You see what I mean? Because it is public, the fraud agency too cannot even take bribe to cover their backside. You know, I see these things happening all the time. They seized my items in Nigeria today. You know how when they seized my items, the customs official was like, I can't do anything about it because the stuff has gone already to this headquarters. They are quite accountable to an extent already. The reason why I say that is because they too, officials are afraid. They don't want to get caught. You can't work in an institution for 20 years, 10 years, and suddenly you get dismissed because of misconduct. They are all scared out of their mind. So if you put such a system that is so public in place, can you imagine that? This one, I'm talking about the one I'm experiencing in Nigeria today, where they are often very careful already. Not to mention something is public, everybody knows where the money is going to and how everything is working. They will be so scared that the only people that will be running for office then are the ones that actually want to do the work, not the ones that are coming there to try to enrich themselves. Let them go and start bidding on projects and inflating the price that they're going to charge on projects, instead of coming and this thing and stealing every money that should allow the system to function. They don't even allow money to go to local governments. They paralyze the system completely. That needs to end, and that's partly what is killing Congo too. Everything is shady. You don't know. If you go online now, you type Congo, everything is shady. You don't know who is coming in, who is going out. There's too many black spots everywhere.
I agree. Man, that's a really deep, that's like, we gotta maybe put some time aside for that. That's a big conversation.
Because there's no real need for this to be in darkness. There's no real need. This idea could force, even when they see, if we succeed in doing it on the continent, it could force other people to adopt similar system. Because why is it in the dark? Why are you flying in from shady this thing, and you sign deals with Africa and French countries to go and start paying you colonial tax because of what? Why is all those things cloaked in darkness?
I think once, I think all these whys, all these questions that we have, I think once we start coming together, I mean, the different people, I mean, I think you think it can be done individually just in Nigeria. No, I think it's gonna take more than that, because the hand that is I think there's something greater having some effect on that, and I think it's gonna be something that may ricochet starting with Nigeria, but I think this thing is gonna, it's gonna have to tumbleweed all through out of Africa. This understanding, or this recognition of um the stuff that,
Transparency.
exactly. So this conversation, you know what, it's a big conversation, and I know you've been trying to have it for a minute. We could have it sidebar.
I'm really exercised by it. I'm really
Let's
exercised by it.
I know you are. I know, and you have a full reason to, because you know what? It goes to the root of the matter. It really starts with the way, you know, we're not teaching. I don't know what it is, but I mean, I would say this one statement, because I can't imagine if we're raising our children to be loyal and to understand how humanity is important. I can't imagine them doing those kinds of things, and being able to see their people suffer the way that some of our people that are in those positions are doing. So it, for me, it's a big discussion. So I have two discussions that I'm setting up for next week. One is about the Congo. I don't want to negate that, because I mean, I didn't realize so many people. I didn't realize the atrocities that were going on there. There's so many places that atrocities are happening for our people right now. But the Congo is going to be something that we talk about, and then we could definitely talk about the transparency issue, not only on the continent, because we have the same issue here in Haiti as well. So let's do that. Let's put some time in for that tonight, Joe. I'm going to make sure I set that up for next week.
I will appreciate it, because it's a big,
Not a
it's a
problem.
very, very, I get a feeling from instinct already, and things that has happened, that is a critical one. If we get it right, it's going to really, really transform this in the continent, because that is how they get away with everything they are doing, because it's hidden. Most of these things are cloaked. You can't, you don't know what is going on.
It's just so much, and it's funny because some of it is not even hidden anymore. It's just being blatantly, you know, this lack of transparency is blatant. It's not.
If we see the money going in, if we see the money going to a Swiss bank account, we know exactly where it's going now.
It's blatant. It's just blatant disrespect, blatant non-loyalty, blatant non-self-love. A lot of blatantness is going on. But I do have to go. I'm gonna give you all the love that you deserve, because I know that this right here is not something that we could end, but I do have to end it tonight, and I will continue it. I want to get some more. I'm gonna get some, you know, try to figure out as much as I can about the transparency issue. See if anybody else has talked on it, speak on it, what information we could get logistically about it, and then we'll come back together at this table and talk about it, and hopefully allow you or give you more space to speak on this and have maybe some people respond, because I think this is important, like you said.
Thank you. And this guy said that they need to have a proof of concept country to test these ideas to iron the kinks out. Yeah, at least that's what I like to see, where people are, actually engaging in solutions, and that's what we need to be coming up with.
And I think that we're going to have more room for that. Those of you that are not in the know, go get some information. Let's look up some transparency, issues that, and not just in Africa. Look up transparency, issues around the world and see how they were resolved.
I encourage also to look into Magufuli. I know you mentioned him before, but that's one practical aspect.
And I think I will bring that to the table, sis. Thank you for reminding me. I'm writing it down right now, so that'll be something that I look into. Maybe get some clips or.
And also PLO Lumumba's speeches on sanitization of African politics.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm also writing that down.
That's good.
We'll bring it to the table. See what we can talk about, and hey, share these videos. Let's get some people hearing them. You never know. So this has been an amazing conversation. I again am gonna say there is so much love here for all of you, and I am just I'm bereft. I'm very much. I promise you that I am so amazed by our people, and I think we are just the most electric people on the face of the earth, and I'm happy to be a part of that.
Thank you for having me, and I'm glad to be here.
You're always welcome. And I'm gonna get off because I'm gonna get ready for my appointments, and I'm gonna also close out by playing one more clip of this video of a Haitian band. You guys that want to stick around and watch, these are your people while I'm cleaning my office up. Please enjoy. And I want to tell you guys something. This music that you're listening to, it is the cry of the Haitian children, basically, asking the universe, the spirit, the gods, the power to come through and make things right.
Nice.
Ça s'est posé l'autre cap maté compas. Ça s'est posé l'autre. Ça s'est posé l'autre qui a pas de coupe là. Non mais faut pas bagarre. Maintenant, pas que monde maintenant chaud. Oh, comme d'accès qui pour madame c'est pas comme ça.